Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be calling this meeting to order this morning. It is August the 1st, 2016. Okay, we do have a quorum this morning, and I want to thank you all for coming in and filling out the form to speak to the public and for different items that's on the agenda. We'll call this meeting to order with the invocation by Pastor Griff Faudier, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Supervisor Steve Moss. Please join me.
Please join me in prayer. Sovereign Lord God of the universe, your word tells us that it is by your grace and direction that kings reign and rulers decree justice, according to Proverbs 8:15. You have also commanded that your people pray for those in authority, and it is in conformity to your will that we lift before you the supervisors of Mohave County this morning. As you granted wisdom to the ancient kings, prophets, and counselors of Israel, and to our own founding fathers of this nation as they prayed for your insight and inspiration, be pleased to grant guidance and discernment to this Board of Supervisors today. Bless them with understanding and patience that is so critical in their role as the leadership of our county. Grant, O God, specific discernment to the county leadership as they grapple with the issues and complexities of preserving the water reserves of our Mohave County. All these things we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Board of Supervisors may by motion recess into executive session to receive legal advice from the board's attorneys on any item contained in this agenda pursuant to ARS 38-431-03, A3, and 4. I'll now entertain a motion as the chair for an executive session to be held August 15, 2016 at 9 a.m. for discussion and consultation with legal counsel in accordance with ARS 431-03, A3, and 4 to discuss items noticed on the agenda with an asterisk.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, going on to the official business to come before the board this morning. Number one, discussion pending or contemplated litigation claims and demands. I think we've already handled that, Attorney Ekstrom.
That's correct, Madam Chairman.
Okay, the next item is committee and/or legislative reports. Starting with Supervisor Johnson, do you have anything this morning?
Nothing this morning, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Watson?
None this morning?
Okay, Supervisor Angus
Nothing this morning.
and Supervisor Moss.
Nothing, thank you.
Okay, I'd just like to say that I did attend the NACO, National Association of Counties, last week in Long Beach. The conference featured various expert speakers and presenters and breakout sessions and business meetings covering a wide range of issues from mental health in county jails, efficient budgeting, ethical leadership, best practices for active shooter preparation, and much, much more. So we'll now go on, and I'll entertain a motion for the approval of the June 20th, 2016 Board of Supervisors regular minutes.
So moved. Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we'll now go on to the call to the public. Those wishing to address the board at the call of the public regarding matters not on the board's agenda must fill out and submit to the clerk a call to the public request. Action taken as a result of public comments will be limited to responding to criticism, referral to staff, or placing a matter on a future agenda. Comments are restricted to items not on the regular agenda, with the exception of the consent agenda, and must relate to matters within jurisdiction of the board. I do have two persons that have, oh wait, I have more than that. They snuck a couple in on me. I have 4 persons that have signed up to speak. One person has signed up to speak on an item that I believe is going to be pulled, so Mr. Wayne Basie, I'll save yours for that item when it's pulled. So we'll start with Miss Cindy Landa Cox. Okay, we'll put that to the back side because I've now received a couple other requests to speak. And we'll start with Mr. Sam Rees. Good morning, Sam.
Board members.
If you'd give us your name and your address for the record, please.
My name is Sam Ruiz. I'm from beautiful downtown Yucca. Don't laugh. Anyway, I'm here on behalf of the citizens of Yucca. Even though I'm a retired deputy, been retired for a year and 5 months, I still get a lot of knocks on my door. Sometimes I feel like Ann Landers. So the main concern in Yucca is the response time, which they're not getting effectively from the sheriff's department. And I'm not blaming Mr. Head over there because he's got his own issues. 19 deputies down. We have to do something about that, especially those people that live in the outskirts of Yucca. About 10 miles out of Yucca or so forth. They have to wait for maybe 2 hours for a response time. We need some more deputies or a resident deputy, either way. The other one is planning and zoning is not paying enough attention to Yucca. A lot of those people are complaining about their neighbors' trash and so forth and property, which diminishes their value as property values. If planning and zoning would pay more attention to Yucca as far as just go down through the town and they can see, obviously, where the issues are. That's all I'm asking on behalf of the residents of Yucca. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I see our treasurer has now joined us, and I would ask you, Cindy Landa Cox, to come forward and tell us what's on your mind.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I apologize for not arriving on time.
It's okay, I didn't either. I was 1 minute late.
My clock said it was 9:25. Sorry. I need to get my clock changed. Good morning, honorable supervisors, staff, and community. The purpose of my appearance today is simply to clarify the record for the board and general public to fully understand the treasurer's position related to the agenda item number 42 from July 15, 2016. This agenda item related to the sharing of part-time employees among the assessor, recorder, and treasurer at the Bullhead and Lake Havasu County offices, and more broadly, the discussion involved the treasurer's satellite offices at those two locations. My concern is that for a fair-minded person to listen to this discussion related to item 42 on July 5th, which is available on the county website via YouTube, so available to anyone who has the internet, they would be left with the impression that the treasurer's office was pushing back on the proposal and uncooperative. They would also be puzzled as to why I would not support satellite offices, since I now have all the office management and budgets funds, Office of Management and Budgets funds, and still have the employee positions when the full-time satellite offices were closed in 2008. Here are some excerpts that I'd like to read just quickly, that the following statements were made. Assessor Fielder said, "We have had considerable pushback from the treasurer's office in trying to discuss cooperation and workout. This opportunity to share was certainly not on the table." Supervisor Moss stated, "Why we can't cooperate between departments is beyond me. This would be a huge step forward in solving the lack of services both in Bullhead City and Lake Havasu, and I'm somewhat bemused by the fact that there's opposition to that." Assessor Fielder again said, "I don't think the cooperation idea is going to work, and therefore I'm recommending that the board this morning that item not be passed." Supervisor Moss then said that the motion I placed on the floor takes into account the potential lack of cooperation from the treasurer's office. If the treasurer refuses to cooperate, there would be no monies expended on these half-time positions. Whether the treasurer elects to take advantage of this opportunity or not would be entirely dependent upon the treasurer, as my belief from Assessor Fielder is that he's willing to work with the treasurer, but that's not necessarily mutual. And based on those statements, I really wanted to clarify my position. First, I apologize for not attending the meeting or sending a representative to the July 5th Board of Supervisors meeting. That will not happen again. I was not aware that any agenda item would require additional response from the treasurer, especially as it related to any satellite offices, as that wasn't, it was the assessor item that was on the board, although it did mention cooperation with the treasurers. Supervisor Watson made a very important point when he tried to clarify that the treasurer may be concerned about safety and security that was brought up last year. This received little attention, but is a primary reason why the treasurer cannot use part-time employees at these satellite offices. The board is aware that over a year ago, a taxpayer challenged the treasurer's policy of not accepting cash at the satellite offices. The county attorney's office reversed an earlier opinion and upheld the challenge, and it was further determined that the satellite offices not only had to accept cash, but had to provide the same service levels as those performed at the county seat. This position was made clear a year ago, and the subject of the memo mentioned several times during that July 5th meeting that I wrote to Coral Lloyd and to Ken Fielder on June 28, 2016. Earlier in 2015, county security made it clear that if we accepted cash at any location, we had to provide the same level of safety and security as provided at the county seat. So I just wanted to take a second and read the memo because it seemed like this didn't get to you, and I was very perplexed by that because the memo originally that was sent to me stated from Coral Lloyd that this was going to be considered at the July 5th meeting. And she said, "Do you have any opinions on the pros and cons of this idea? Would it benefit your departments? This item is planned to be included on the July 5th board agenda and consideration of inclusion in the fiscal year 2017 budget, and we will include your opinions, or this will be added, or this will or will not be effective within the agenda item if possible." So it doesn't sound to me like the memo got to you. The memo was very short. It said, "Good evening, Coral. I love the idea. This would be I would be completely on board." That to me does not sound like pushback or that non-cooperative. I said, however, I would have to have two full-time employees at those offices, and the reasons this is required is Arizona State Statute 11-41 requires the satellite offices perform functions, quote, "in the same manner and with like effect," unquote, as if performed at the county seat. And per an attorney opinion, the Constitution, Article 9, Section 3 requires that taxes be paid in money, and money is traditionally known as legal tender or cash. So basically, I have to do the same thing here that I would do at any other office. That's what I have been led to believe by attorneys, and not just our county attorney, but also an outside attorney and a legislative attorney have told me this. So I said, in order for us to adhere to these restrictions, we must provide full services from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., and I must accept cash, which requires 2 employees. I was not saying no. I was saying these are the requirements that I need to meet the needs of the treasurer's office. So, and I have the statutes that specifically say that every county officer, except the sheriff, shall keep the office open for at least 40 hours each week, or at least 32 hours each week if the week contains a day that is a legal holiday. That's why I said 8 to 5, because it's the law, and I've been told I have to, as a county official, adhere to that. Based on my memo and these laws, my understanding and clarification from attorneys is that we would be in violation of the law if we did not have all of our treasury offices open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., accept all forms of payment, including cash, and provide all treasury services, including delinquent tax assignments and redemptions. I will not break the law, nor will I put our employees at risk. If these laws need to be updated and/or amended, I am completely willing to be involved with that process and lead the charge if necessary. Despite last-minute efforts, I did not open the satellite offices last October because I could not meet these legal requirements and provide the protection needed for our employees and county assets, Cash is king. Make no mistake, as a treasurer, I will not put our employees in harm's way. Video surveillance referred to by Assessor Fielder is important, and it is part of the safety and security requirement, but it only records what happened and helps to show no wrongdoing by our cashiers. It does not prevent a crime from occurring, it only records it. Unfortunately, video surveillance and recording is managed outside of my purview, and in at least one prior critical instance, the cameras were on, but not being recorded. I was not informed of this. I was literally left in the dark. For clarification on what is deemed pushback and possible lack of cooperation, I want the record to reflect the Recorder's Office is in complete support of the part-time proposal, which was indicated in my memo of June 28th. The assessor proposed this new initiative to fund a part-time employee for a full year, which I was not privy to as it was rejected at the initial budget meeting between senior staff and the assessor. The Treasurer's Office should not be blamed or chastised in a public forum for an assessor's rejected initiative. I would also like the record to reflect that the Treasurer's Office is in complete support of ultimately reopening the satellite offices on a full or temporary basis. This is evidenced by the new initiative I submitted in 2015 that would have reopened these offices on a full-time basis. This initiative was rejected by senior staff at the initial budget meeting. It was also not resubmitted in 2016 because the cost would have been higher than the 2015 initial estimate of $200,000 with the added capital improvements required to meet security issues. The current Treasury budget includes 2 temporary full-time employees to man the Bullhead and Lake Havasu City offices, 1 employee for each office, for 2 weeks in October and 1 week in April. That's $4,600 that's in my budget. Although I'm grateful for the 3 weeks of temporary assistance, I feel it is necessary to provide very qualified senior staff at these locations because of the full service requirement, which forces me to utilize the temporary personnel here in Kingman during our busiest times. However, again, that only leaves 1 employee at each office, which does not meet the requirements. I did open the satellite offices this past April in Bullhead City through a very generous offer from Mohave Electric Cooperative and assistance from Supervisor Angus. I appreciate that. Their facility met the security needs as defined by both the Treasurer's Office, security, and accounting standards I am required to adhere to, utilizing only 1 experienced Treasury employee. I will continue to utilize the same facility in October for 2 weeks and greatly appreciate Mohave Electric Co-op's wonderful staff for making this possible. I have made numerous attempts to find a similar opportunity in Lake Havasu without success, but I continue to look for opportunities and ask at every opportunity I have. All of this said, and the limited services available in Bullhead City during tax season, I will gladly work with the assessor and recorder to come up with a plan to provide the same services in Lake Havasu in October and April that we're providing in Bullhead City, and bring it back to the board, and you can decide how to move from there. My final point of clarification is the 2 comments made by Supervisor Johnson, which were incorrect. Supervisor Johnson stated, quote, "When the offices that used to be in Havasu and Bullhead were removed, there was no loss of personnel for the Treasurer's Office. Since then, the board has given them positions of OMB and given them the budgets from OMB. I believe if the Treasurer wanted to open up the office, they have the people and the money to do it themselves." First, when the Treasurer's offices were closed in 2008 in both Bullhead City and Lake Havasu, only 2 of the 6 employees were retained by the Treasury Office. The Treasurer lost 4 positions as a result of those closures. These employees not only handled operations in Bullhead and Lake Havasu cities, they handled overflow work for the Treasury's Office as a whole, which were then brought back to the Treasurer's Office to absorb. Second, only 62% of the Office of Management and Budget's original budget from fiscal year 2016 was transferred to the Treasury this past year, which included the cost and benefits of 2 employees, which comprised 86% of that transfer. Additionally, the remaining 12% of that transfer was spent on these employees and related to supplies, training, new computer equipment, air purifiers, etc. These 2 positions are related, and related budget are now involved with some continued OMB-related activities as requested by the board and senior staff, as well as projects as assigned by the treasurer to adjust and clear up audit issues. Paramount among the special projects right now is the analysis and cleanup of almost a half-century of neglected and unattended items. Sorry, I lost my place.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. And if you
I just have one more paragraph. Could I read it?
Yes, and then please provide that to the clerk of the board since you
Absolutely.
have it in writing.
Absolutely. If the board would like to further discuss the OMB activities, I would be happy to have that conversation, but it has nothing to do with part-time or satellite operations. These are mutually exclusive issues. Third, the Treasury does not have the same staffing level. In 2008, when the satellite offices were closed, the Treasury was comprised of 30.25 positions. Post-closure and reductions decreased the Treasury's Department's fiscal year 2017 tentative budget of 22.8 FTEs, which includes the 2 OMB positions. There's currently no money or employees in the Treasury budget to open the satellite office, as was inferred. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson Bishop, for the extended time you allotted me to set the record straight and officially state I am wholeheartedly in favor of collaborating with any and all departments to better serve the entire county of Mohave.
Thank you, Cindy Landa Cox, our Mohave County Treasurer. And I need to explain to the audience out there, this is a special circumstance. I allowed Cindy Cox to have added time because she is an elected official and she wasn't present during the meeting when this was discussed. So
And
once
thank you
again,
very
thank you,
much.
Ms. Cox. And then as a point of housekeeping, I have one person in the audience that has a cord in the walkway. Mr. Robinson, could you unplug your computer for safety issues? And if you need to charge it up, just maybe move it over out of the walkway. Okay, going on to other members of the call to the public. I'll call up Miss Sandra Basye. I'll let you pronounce that for me if you would do that, and please give me your address for the record.
Hi, Sandra Basye.
Basye,
My
thank
house
you.
address is 164 South Loma Linda, Yucca, Arizona. Okay. Don't mind, I'll read mine too. I am representing the community of Yucca, Arizona. We have built a church there. My husband's the pastor. All the people built a church. The fire station's coming along great. Everybody's working together. We're trying to protect the community and have a nice community. I would like you to consider why the buildings are more important than public safety. Yucca and towns like Yucca are important as all the big communities like Bullhead, Lake Havasu. We're important. We're the same as everybody else. We pay taxes, and we need police protection. Our community of Yucca, Arizona is overcome with crime. We have no police coverage. We are riddled with drug sales and manufacturing of drugs, murders, etc. Criminals know that places like Yucca are safe zones because of no coverage. Our sheriff's pay is far below any of the other police departments. Therefore, trained sheriffs they get trained and they leave their jobs because they have to take care of their families. They don't have enough money. We only have, I believe, 78 or 70-some sheriffs for all of Mohave County. When we have an emergency, we are told by the very badly trained dispatchers that they'll send them out maybe an hour and a half, and it'll take an hour and a half, or 2 hours to get to you. We have some pretty ugly crime out there and some pretty serious needs, and we don't get any help at all. Okay, let me find my place. Our fire department is left to protect our community. We are pleading for sheriff protection in Yucca and the other small unprotected communities like Desert Shores, Meadview, Chloride, etc. We would like to have a sheriff or 2 sheriffs living in Yucca. We are asking for the property off Highway 40 on Franconia Road, which already has the overpass, that it be the new sheriff annex. You can even close a couple of the small ones that are falling apart anyway and build a nice one there. It's got everything you need. And they even want to put in, I think we could put in a corner, we could put in the pet thing, but we need a sheriff annex desperately. We are in the progress of bringing the community together and ask that we have police protection. We are asking, please, we really need your help. It's really, really ugly there, and there's people, just like you people sitting there. I would like to see any one of you come and live there for a month. I got a house you could stay in. You'd see the house. Does that mean I'm done?
Yes.
That's how serious we
warning.
need help.
Thank you very much for speaking. Okay, our next speaker during the call of the public is Ray. I can't read the handwriting, but it's either Roy or Ray from maybe Hackberry. If you could come down and tell me who you are and your address, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Roy Trempy, 11002 East Spring Valley Drive, Hackberry, Arizona. I just came back from a mini vacation with a buddy of mine, and I went on the computer and I saw that all the residents in the Spring Valley ranches are getting together and discussing the possibility of the opening of the Hackberry the mine, the Hackberry mine. If this is going to happen, don't mind my voice, I'm hoarse. If this is going to happen, it's going to devaluate our property values. What's going to happen to our water wells? And how about the dirt and dust? Which way are they going to be coming in and out? I don't want to take up your time. I just dropped off a letter stating that in your office. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to now close the call to the public, and I'll reopen it after the, oh wait, we still have 3 minutes left. Disregard that. I will now call up the last person to speak during the call to the public, Crystal Gabrielson. And then we'll be having a public office auction at 10 o'clock sharp. So, Ms. Gabrielson, give us your name and address for the record, please.
Crystal Gabrielson, 3426 North Mirror Road. Hello, Supervisor, Chairman Bishop, and all supervisors. When Legend Ranch came through, and I noticed and went back, and the meetings weren't as published as like the water and the other UNS and stuff, but I've listened to feedback. Now, as great of a project as that is, it's a bad project for now. Infrastructure could have waited for a few years. 2015 road projects, they were already set aside for funds. In 2016, some of them haven't been completed. If we had $550,000 for roads, inducted roads, ones that needed to be maintained. What about the ones that ambulances get stuck on, fire departments get stuck on, police can't get down, citizens get stuck on? What about putting those funds, if there were extra ones, into those roads? Yes, infrastructure is important, and I agree with that. Bad timing. 4 cars a day go down that road. It is a POA. It's probably the best maintained road in Mohave County through TLC excavating. County Blades had never touched it. It's a POA. POA meaning Property Owners Association, because no one lives out there. So dust doesn't bother them. Traffic noise doesn't bother them. It isn't an HOA because an HOA means it has homes, which we can't really touch anyway because it's an HOA and people pay for those roads. So next time when we're looking at use, when we have an amount of money that can go to roads throughout the county, look at the roads that mean something to people, where vehicles get stuck and they can't get down them, when fire engines can't reach their victims. I think everyone needs hope. In a golden hour, hope is all you got. And when you know that fire truck and that ambulance or the first responder can't get to you, I'm sorry, but I won't want that for my family. And I'm sure none of you want that for yours. So why spend the money now on a road that means nothing until I-11 or more growth starts. Thank you.
Okay, I'll close the call to the public, and now we'll go on to the public auction. A real property further identified as APN 304-18066, consisting of 3.06 acres, more or less, located on West Bill Street, Kingman, Arizona. The sale will be held for such terms and conditions as advertised in the notice of public auction in the Kingman Daily Miner in accordance with ARS 11-251-9. And I'll turn this over to our county administrator, Mr. Mike Hendricks.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. At the board's previous meeting, what the board decided is to sell, that they would auction off the property at 100% of the appraised value. And the appraised value for this particular piece of property is $470,000. The board also wanted to include all the costs incurred by the county, such as the appraisal, title report, so forth and so on. That cost came out to $2,593.96. What the board will be looking for is a minimum bid of $472,593.96. This will be a competitive bid, and I would invite at this time any interested bidders to please step up to the podium.
Hi.
Mr. Bidder, could I have your name and who you're bidding for?
Yes, my name is Carl Wood out of Scottsdale, bidding on behalf of Simon Commercial Real Estate out of Scottsdale.
I have a point of clarification, Madam Chair. Did we go over the rules of what they have to post today so everybody's aware of that?
Madam Chairman, Supervisor Johnson, one of the things that the statutes does say is that the Board of Supervisors can accept or take any condition that they deem necessary in this process. So what I would assume will occur is the bidder will propose a minimum bid, and then he will include any conditions that he believes needs to be considered as a condition of his bid by the Board of Supervisors. And then the board would ask for the next any additional bidders. If we receive no additional bids, then the board would make a decision on whether they believe the conditions that this bidder places on his bid is acceptable to the board. There is no requirement that the board would accept his bid if you deem that his conditions aren't acceptable.
Thank you, and you concur with that, Attorney Ekstrom? I see you nodding your head. Okay.
So, Mr. Bidder, may I have your bid, please?
$428,000 with 90 days to close on the property, and we would do $1,000 non-refundable each month, each 30 days.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bidder, thank you very much. I ask, do we have any other bidders in the audience that would like to step forward to the podium and provide the Board of Supervisors with a bid on this piece of property? Going once, going twice. I close the bids, and what we have is a proposal by Carl Wood from the Phoenix area of $428,000 with 90 days to close, earnest money of $1,000 per month for those 90 days, total of $3,000. And I would like to remind the board that at their previous meeting, the board so directed me to take a minimum bid of the 100% of the full appraised value, which was $470,000. And I leave it up to the board where you want to go with this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hendricks, and I'll now ask each board member to discuss whether or not they would like to accept this bid, and then we'll take a vote. So we'll start with Supervisor Angus.
I have nothing to say right now.
Okay, Supervisor Moss, do you have anything?
I have a question for Mike Ekstrom and for Attorney Hendricks. Would it be your recommendation that we accept this bid, knowing what you know about the property?
Not being in real estate, I do believe that this is an excellent piece of property. I believe time is on Mohave County Board of Supervisors' side. I don't believe there's any compelling reason to force a sale or an acceptance today. So I fully concurred with the Board of Supervisors wanting to obtain the full appraised value for this property, and since this wasn't achieved today, my recommendation as County Administrator would be not to accept this bid.
I would say that Mr. Hendricks's thoughts mirror my own. I don't think we're in a huge rush to get rid of it, and I think time is on our side as the market continues to improve.
Okay, Supervisor Watson.
Thank you, Chairman Bishop. And I also am not compelled to accept this bid. I feel that the 3 acres are in a prime location for many aspects of commercial, and I believe it would behoove us to wait several months or even further to get the top and prime price. And I'm concerned actually about the $470,000 number being too low in itself. Thank you.
Supervisor Johnson.
I would mirror what the other board members have said. I believe it's a prime commercial lot and it can only go up in value.
Okay, thank you, and I concur. So I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we decline the bid.
I'll second the motion.
A motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to take this time to thank Mr. Wood for coming to Kingman today and for submitting a bid. And fortunately, the board didn't appear that the bid was acceptable, but thank you for your bid.
Did you have something else you wanted to say?
Could I make another proposal?
Let me check with Attorney Ekstrom. Can we accept another bid at this time from the same person? Absolutely. Come on down.
Again, Carl Wood from Scottsdale. Just one thing on the piece of property to note, about an acre of it is in a flood zone and it does border on a wash. So I feel the 470 is probably a little high given the usable amount of land that there is there. However, I'll make a bid at 470 with the same contingencies, 90 days, $1,000 non-refundable for each 30 days.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to ask, are there any other bids in the audience? What Mr. Wood has said is that he will review the property for 90 days. He could decline the property at any time. First month, he would owe us $1,000 earnest. Second month, that amount would increase to $2,000 if he declined. And the third month, obviously, it would be $3,000. But it doesn't guarantee that we will recoup the monies that we've spent to have the property appraised or get a title search. So he is saying that he will pay the full appraised value of $470,000 plus the $3,000 up to $3,000 earnest money. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and a point of clarification, does that include our costs?
Yeah, we'll do the cost too. So 470
plus costs of $2,593.96.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So once again, I'll entertain a motion with this new information, unless there's any further discussion.
And to confirm, this would be the full value that we had to set the property at? Because if that's the case, I would move that we'd approve that bid.
Madam Chairman, may I make a clarification so there's no issues in the future?
Yes.
Mr. Wood, are you saying that you will pay the, for the earnest money, I don't have the figure right, I'm sorry,
I believe it's 470 plus costs of 2,593.96.
thank you very much. Your earnest money would be the $2,970.
$2,593.96 plus the,
$1,000 per day, so that would include, your earnest money would include that $2,500 of earnest money. If you chose not to pursue the property, you would still pay that as earnest money plus the $1,000 per day, or $1,000 per month charge.
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll do that.
With that clarification, I amend my motion to include those conditions.
okay, we have a motion to accept the offer.
I'll second the motion.
Seconded by Supervisor Watson.
Before, I want to make sure the clerk of the board has what she needs.
Okay. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Wood.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, public auction is now closed, and we will go on now to the consent agenda. The following items listed on the consent agenda will be considered as a group and acted upon by one motion with no separate discussion of said items, unless a board member so requests. In that event, the item will be removed from the consent agenda for separate discussion and action. Beginning with Supervisor Angus, do you have any items to pull?
Nothing this morning, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Moss?
Nothing this morning.
Supervisor Watson?
I believe Supervisor Johnson has the same one, so go ahead.
Okay, Supervisor Johnson?
20 and 42.
28 and 42?
2042.
Okay. 20 and 42, thank you. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve items 5 through 42 minus 20 and 42.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, we'll go on to item number 20. Approve award of contract number 16, PS 07, Architectural Services, Kingman Superior Court Building Construction and Historical Courthouse Remodel Legacy Project to Dick and Fritz Design Group, Phoenix, Arizona, for architectural services, including pre-design and investigation, schematic design, design development, construction, document development, bidding assistant, construction, administration, site surveying, geotechnical and analysis, special inspections, fire suppression design, furniture, fixtures, and equipment design, and on, including asbestos surveying, laser scan of existing facilities, court technology, and audio-visual design and cost estimating for the Kingman Superior Court Building and Historical Courthouse remodel for a total fee of $2,197,698. Funding for this contract will be sourced to the $2.2 million budgeted in the quarter-cent sales tax as originally approved by the board at the February 16, 2016 meeting. I do have several people that have signed up to speak on this item. And I think we'll start with the public speakers and hear what's on their mind. We'll start with Mr. Wayne Basie. If you'll come forward, you have 3 minutes. And once again, your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Wayne Basie. I'm the pastor of the First Southern Baptist Church in Yucca. I reside at 16489 South Loma Linda Avenue. My wife spoke earlier about the problem that we have in Yucca, and they are related. If you'll give me a moment, I'll explain why. I'm here today to say, wait a minute, guys, stop it. Just stop what you're about to do. You're about to spend $2.2 million on a project for building things, right? This is only money that we, according to Mr. Moss, that we can use to build things with. We have something out in Yucca that we'd like to have built. It's a substation. And it relates to what my wife spoke on earlier about the police situation in Yucca. If we had a substation out on Franconia Road whereby whereby the police would have a closer access to both ourselves, Mohave County, Havasu, and we've talked to people who are running for office who would like to see something like this go into place. Why are we rushing to pass this thing today before the elections, whereby something might be done that might change a living condition? Out in Yucca, we have a situation where things are changing. But if you're a criminal and you want to live somewhere where there's no police presence, come to Yucca. It's a nice place for criminals to live. Our job in Yucca, between the fire station and myself and the church, we're trying to clean up Yucca, and we need your help. Stop this thing where you're going to spend $2.2 million to find out whether the courthouse is a good place to spend a whole bunch more money. Set that over to something that's going to do some good. Let's build a substation maybe. And I don't know the pros and cons of this substation. I only know that what we really need is police protection. And it ties into what you guys are getting ready to do. I just been beeped. That's my message to you guys today is wait. Pray about it, wait, and let's see what happens in the future. No need to rush right out today and give somebody $2.2 million of taxpayers' money. Could be better spent somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tricia Anderson. If you could give us your name and address for the record.
Thank you. My name is Tisha Anderson, and I live at 12273 South 3rd Street in Yucca. Regarding item 20, I definitely am very opposed to it. Okay, I don't think that all avenues have been exhausted. Because these buildings are on the National Registry of Historic Buildings, I feel that there are grants and other forms of funding out there for you to use to remodel the courthouse and even the old jail. Both these buildings, excuse me, are over 100 years old. One barely over 100, and maybe in order to recoup some of the money, especially with the old jail, is why not offer tours to help recoup some of the money. But there are other avenues out to you. If you look on, if you Google for federal grant money, you come up with 5 pages. And of course, it talks about money for education and things, but I printed out one page that had 5 places that you could submit for the money, and that was just only one page out of 5 pages, and each one had at least 10 on. I don't think that this has been thought through very carefully, and I don't think that the other alternatives have been explored. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite the Honorable Chuck Gertler to come down, and Mr. Kip Anderson. I know that we've talked about this many times in the past, and we have done a lot of work on this, so if you could just give us a reminder and hello.
May it please the chairman, honorable board members, council, administration. I'm not sure what you would like us to respond to. I can tell you from a public safety perspective, we're speaking with Don Bischoff, the jail commander this morning, and he commented that the jail is very much, and the sheriff's office is very much in support of us going forward. And the reason for that is it's a public safety issue. When we have as an example, the lack of a Sally Port and a high-profile transfer of prisoners from the jail to the courthouse, which happens quite frequently. This takes sheriff's deputies off the county roads. I mean, I can understand and appreciate the concern and the problem that the people have in Yucca. I'm sure it's no different if you turn around and, talk to people in Meadview and Dolan Springs and other places in the county. But when we have, as an example, a high-profile transfer, 2 sheriff's deputies who are in the vehicle transferring the person, you have a sheriff's deputy in a vehicle that is on one end of Pine, you have a sheriff's deputy in another vehicle on another end of Pine. So now all of a sudden you have 4 people that are handling one transfer. And certainly the sheriff's department would prefer to have those people on the street, on the roads, taking care of communities like Yucca. So I'm understand and appreciate, Mr. Bischoff's support and the sheriff's support for us, continuing to, move forward. As far as the financing is concerned, we've looked through a lot of options. This has not been something that has been, rushed through. This has been a 5-year project. When I first became presiding judge, the number one goal and priority has always been the building of the new courthouse. We took a look at the county finances. We worked with Mr. Hendricks, the county administrator, John Timko. We've worked with Coral Lloyd. They've been fantastic people to work with. The bottom line is the initial project that had been drawn up by the county, it never could have been financed. The only way that we could have financed this was being able to go through the process of building a courtroom in Havasu, a courtroom in Bullhead City, because that is less expensive per square foot. And by doing that, and keeping the judicial presence in Havasu, keeping the judicial presence in Bullhead City, reducing down the total cost, we were able to bring this within budget, within the sales tax parameter by the time it sunsets. This has been a 5-year project. We looked at other sources. We looked at even trying to utilize the excess monies that were in the vehicle replacement fund last year, which was a go with the county until the state passed on, a ton of expenses to the county. This has been a process that has been thoroughly researched, looked at, and, we're literally under budget with respect to what the county, the board, passed as far as this project is concerned.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Anderson?
Yes, thank you. Just to, again, some recap, 2006, the county initiated a study to look at the jail, or to look at the courthouse and what needed to be done. There was work done prior to that. I have volumes of work that's been done for 25 years in my office. So this project's been going on for a long time. There's been a lot of hard work done. Supervisor Johnson was on the board way back when things first started. So we've certainly, I think, done our due diligence. We've had the National Center for State Courts in here twice to do 2 different studies. This project will support all the citizens of Mohave County. A new courthouse next to the historic courthouse will support all the residents. We'll provide a facility that will benefit those that are working in the court system, those that are working in the county attorneys, the sheriffs, the many offices that come to the courthouse every day, the public that come to the courthouse. This will be a very beneficial project. And again, it will benefit all the citizens of Mohave County and will represent the state of Arizona very well. So we very much have appreciated your support during these last few years. It's been great to get to this point. We recognize there's other concerns. There will always be other concerns that come up. There will always be other demands. And you guys sit in a wonderful spot right now to be able to move this forward. So we very much appreciate your support. We've appreciated the leadership of Judge Gertler in getting us to this point, the hard work of Public Works. So we're hopeful that we can finally move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. If you'll both stay at the podium, I'm going to turn this over to Buster Johnson since he's the one that wanted it pulled. I'm sure he's got a couple questions that maybe you can help answer.
No, I have no questions of the judge or Kip. It'll be whoever's going to be the contract administrator and our finance director.
Okay, does anybody else have any questions of the judge or Kip? All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Madam Chair, I'll have questions, but not of the judge or Kip.
Okay. So approaching the podium is our finance director, Ms. Coral Lloyd, and our public works director, Steve Okowski.
I guess the first question would be, is there a contingency fund built into this?
Madam Chair, members of the board, the awarded this contract does not provide for a specific contingency. We find that with professional services delivery, the consultants are typically very well versed in maintaining a budget and a schedule as agreed upon at the initial terms of the contract.
Right,
there is a construction administration element to this project, which does have a cost escalator, if you will, relative to the timing of the construction, should it exceed a certain point well into the future where there would be an allowance for the consultant to increase their...
Is that the $45,000 fee we're talking to about?
The construction administration is priced at about, let me just pull that up. It should be in the motion here. It's a little bit above $500,000. We should have that figure here. And that would be to provide construction administration throughout the entire duration of the construction project.
Okay, maybe you...
$553,000, that would be the construction administration figure. But that would not go into play until after the project is actually bid and awarded to a contractor. We actually go to construction.
Is that amount a cap? Because I saw something there that said there was a $45,000 a month fee or $25,000. I thought it was $45,000, but if we didn't do something within 18 months or...
That would be the escalator that we're referring to. What happens is that there's two approaches by which the construction administration is priced out. There is an additional monthly fee for on-site construction administration should the construction timeline exceed 18 months. And then there's also an escalator should we not go to construction in a prescribed time frame within the existing contract.
I guess that's what's curious to me. We're letting out a architectural contract, but it seems to be tied into penalties if we don't start immediately building this building. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Johnson, the contract is structured as such that there is an allowance for a reasonable time to go to construction. And but if there was an undue delay by chance that we had the plans prepared and we did not go to construction, then the price escalation would take.
And that is, I guess, my question is, that is to cover what? I don't understand. We get architectural plans, we're going to build a house, and maybe I build it this year, maybe I build it next year. I don't expect the architect to start charging me $45,000 a month because I didn't build within his time frame. Why do I care what the architect thinks when I start building?
Well, Madam Chair, Supervisor Johnson, construction administration refers to the professional oversight of the construction of the building elements and facilitating contractor inquiries on the plans as the construction is prosecuted, as well as ensuring that those construction elements are in fact constructed to plans. It's a very sophisticated process, as you know, where we undergo weekly meetings, considerations of contractor questions throughout the prosecution of the project, and it's a very important element to ensure that the overall construction process is brought in on time and on budget.
But that seems to be, we're putting two things in. I guess that's where I'm confused, because we're going out for an architectural bid. We're giving them almost $2.2 million, which, you know, if that's what the cost is, that's what the cost is. But then now we're tying it into when our construction time is, and somebody's going to start giving us a bill if we don't construct in a certain amount of time, the architect.
Supervisor Johnson, we would not be billed per se, except that the $553,000 construction administration, should we not start construction on time, would be subject to an escalator to ensure that the price is consistent with the time by which we are ready to go to construction. And that escalator is based on the producer price index for professional engineering and architectural services. So it's going to revert to a national figure for,
Okay, well,
for price
I
adjustment.
might be the only one interested in this anyway, so I'll go on to something else. Ms. Lloyd, I believe it was last meeting, we were talking about the payoff for the jail, and you told me about some hidden funds you had that was locked away, and we could pay it off, and today we're taking almost $2.2 million out, so that fund is not locked away as good as you said, and it's obviously we don't have the money to pay off the jail at this time. Would that be correct?
Well, I believe the money is locked away. I mean, it is designated for only capital improvements, and it's currently sitting in trust with the Wells Fargo. But by board direction, you can retrieve that to pay for this architect services.
Right, but I mean, last month, or last meeting, whenever it was, when I was asking, yeah, we have the money set aside for this, and we said, yes, we do, but today we're taking maybe $2.2 million out of it, and so
Right.
we won't have the money set aside to pay the jail off, unless we put more money in from the quarter cent when it comes in.
Yes, that is correct. We did a projection of actually, when this came up in February and was approved initially, then we modified our projection for that, included in the budget, if we spend this money during this next year, then that obviously takes that amount down by $2.2 million. We would estimate that you would end up about $16.9 million and would go into that next year needing to earn revenue before you would have enough to pay that off, at least make up the $2.2 million. So we should, I mean, we're earning $6.3 million a year, so we would rebuild that out of next year's proceeds.
Okay, and just so we're all on the same page, if we go ahead today and we put the architect in with this penalty phase, you know, that we have to build, this is it for the quarter cent sales tax, because we have basically spent all the money on the jail and then all the money on this building, so there'll be no money for any other buildings. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page on this one.
I mean, I would agree, I agree with that. I would agree with that statement.
And I guess, Mr. Latowski, one final question with you would be that we're talking about a jail that's been sized down, I mean, a court that's been sized down, and the judge mentioned, well, we expanded some courts in the Bullhead and Havasu area, and in Havasu, we expanded it for another judge, and we immediately pulled that one out and gave us a commissioner, so we didn't actually expand our judges. And when we talk about transporting people, we do have courtrooms built into our new jail, correct, where if we have high-profile people, we can actually do our court hearings in our jail, is that correct?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Johnson, with regard to the new jail facilities, I may have to defer to the courts to answer that question.
I don't want to strain it.
I do want to provide just one update based on our previous discussion, and this is consistent, but I just want the board to be aware that in accordance with the contract on that construction administration, should the construction bidding be delayed by the county beyond October 1st, 2018, the county agrees that the base fee schedule for the construction management component will be linked to what's called the first published data as published for the month in which the contract is signed by the chairman of the Board of Supervisors. First published data is that reference to that producer price index for professional services. So the base fee would just be indexed and increased relative to the PPI for professional services. That's if we go to construction beyond October 1st, 2018.
Right.
If we go to construction prior to October 1, 2018, the price as presented in this contract proposal stands.
Correct. And then as far as the scaling down, if we're to build something, which we have with the jail and the other facilities that we've built with this quarter-cent sales tax, we tried to build something that was there to last for a long time, would handle our needs for a long time. But we've cut this back down, and I believe it's just to try to fit the money, not to fit what the public needs, because now we have no justice of the peace in this new court proposed. Is that correct, Judge?
That's incorrect, Supervisor Johnson.
Okay.
Number one, with respect to the jail courtroom, we could not handle a high-profile case in that courtroom. We had that situation that came up with the murder of the 8-year-old out of Bullhead City. And we had press that wanted to be there. We had TV stations that wanted to come in. We don't have enough room for the public, let alone any of the press, to come into the courtroom at the jail. In fact, I had to offer to Judge Jansen the historic courtroom and switch courtrooms if we were going to accommodate all the TV requests. Fortunately, Judge Jansen decided that he didn't want a circus like you saw in Phoenix with their murder trials, and he denied the TV coverage. But even then, we would not have room for the media coverage to handle a high-profile matter in that courtroom. The scope of what we are doing here provides for the modification and the renovation of the existing courthouse to bring the Kingman-Surbat Justice of the Peace in. That turns around and allows us to get rid of the problem that they don't have enough room. I mean, here's folks that were promised, how long have they been there? 12, 15 years? They were promised, you're only going to be in here for 4 years. Here we are a decade beyond that, and they're still in cramped conditions. We take care of that problem. They're coming in, they will have the renovated courthouse. In addition, the court will allow us, with this construction, to have enough room, because we will still have the historic courtroom that will be available the next time the county is in a position to add another judge. We are not in the position to add another judge position at this point in time. So we will actually have room for growth. And that was part of the whole, idea in completing a structure that just doesn't meet our needs today, but will meet our needs in the future.
All right. So you're saying that the Kingman and the Surbat Justice of the Peace will be moved into a new court, there's space for them?
Correct.
What about the county attorneys?
The county attorneys are remaining in their location.
So they stay in their old building. Wouldn't that be an ideal circumstance to have them in a new building?
Well, it would be ideal to turn around and, yes, have the public defenders on one side and the legal defenders and legal advocates and the county attorneys over here, and have mediation. Let's have probation. But that was what you looked at in 2006, and it came at a price tag of $45 million. And I would surmise it's probably closer to $50 or $60 million now. But instead, the county turned around and went in a different direction. They turned around and put in money to the Negus building, and probation has a very comfortable building that meets their needs and security reasons. Again, the county attorney's building, sure, it could use work. Absolutely. And the county has other needs. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about that, as Mr. Anderson had referenced. And there's always going to be needs.
Well, and I'm getting at this fact, if they're going to go ahead with a building, then it should house everybody that needs to be in the court system. And I understand we have other buildings, and maybe the public defender, legal defenders like that building, and we think we've remodeled that building 2 or 3 times, because it was the health department, I believe, at one time, wasn't it? And, but I know the county attorneys have a building that's not really secure, you know, is of an age that it should be replaced. But I was just bringing these things up. I think that if it's going ahead, it should be built. But that's all I wanted to point out, is that just to make sure people knew that once this is gone, the quarter cent is over and there'll be no other buildings. So.
Yeah, I wanted to touch upon as well the issue with respect to the construction management. Originally, what I had proposed to county administration is that we just have the plans, not include the construction management. And Public Works and the county administrator turned around and had many good reasons as to why it should all go into one contract. And it made sense to the court, made sense to the other county departments that are going to be involved in this project. The point that the Public Works had with the construction management costs is that if you don't start construction, 4 years after the plans are prepared, well, then in that event, no one is going to turn around and do the work at 2017 costs. They're going to want 2021 costs, and that just simply makes sense. And that's why there is the escalation clause in there.
Another question is kind of off the...
But that also begs the question, you're not spending the $2.2 million immediately. You're only spending, $1.7 million. You're not spending the $500,000 until the construction actually starts and begins. And we covered at the meeting when you first approved the $2.2 million that there was more than enough that was going to be available to pay off the jail when we can finally pay it off without having the prepayment penalty and still move forward with this project at this time. Those are all issues that we addressed months ago.
You're talking about going ahead and completing the next building, the building phase of it. I don't notice anything for furnishings and those things in your new one. That's not included in that $20-some million bid?
Actually, that was included within the concept of what DFDG put forward.
But it's not there now, right?
No, it is.
They're at about $89,000 for design of furniture, fixtures, and...
I'm sorry, how much?
$88,192.
Okay, so we have, for people that couldn't hear it, it's $88,000 is going to furnish this new building?
That's the design portion. This is just
Just to design the furnishings.
Oh, just to design the furnishings? I didn't know Kingman people had designers for their furnishings, but I guess I'll let that go now.
Goes with a red neck, and a big hat, and a Garcia tie.
But there's still a cost for furnishings. I mean, furnishings are pretty expensive. We don't have that figured in yet, correct?
I was going to say the construction budget has it.
Yes.
Madam Chairman, the design of the furnishings is included in the architectural services. The project is yet to be bid out. I'm sure when we bid and we have a total bid packet, the furnishings would be included in the bid proposal for this particular project. Is that correct, Steve?
Madam Chair, County Administrator Hendricks, that is correct. Staff has determined a tentative estimate for furnishings and fixtures at $1.3 million.
And Madam Chairman, Public Works Director, we won't know the exact cost of that building until it's bid. Is that correct? And what we can afford and what we won't be able to afford?
County Administrator Hendricks, that is correct.
I guess my last question would be to Ms. Lloyd. When we do pay off the jail, we have an obligation, the general fund now has to pick up the cost, correct, of the jail? So that's going to be additional burden on the county of, I'm just guessing, $750,000 maybe?
That's correct, and that amount is correct. That is accurate.
All right, those are the only questions I had. I don't want to have any more questions. Thank you, everybody, for your answers.
Okay, Supervisor Watson, do you have any questions?
No further questions.
Supervisor Angus? Supervisor Moss?
I have no questions. I do have some comments, though.
Floor's yours.
Okay. I'm more focused on the Franconia facility idea versus the building of this jail, and I think people are mixing apples and oranges. The issue with the Sheriff's Department is not one of a structure. It is one of manpower, number one, and two, service area, so far as the citizens of Yucca are concerned. When it comes to this new facility, this new judicial facility, it will free up deputies for patrol. When it comes to the budget that we're having before us, we are going to be adding 14 new deputy positions, which means the Sheriff's Department will have the ability to provide more service. When it comes to specifically the citizens of Yucca's issue, from my perspective, the primary issue is that they currently put their calls in, or they're designed to be responded to from Mohave Valley as opposed to Kingman. And if we can add those 14 plus deputies, and if we can correct the service area for Yucca, we won't have the problems that they're currently experiencing. So it's an operating expense versus a capital expense issue, and we're mixing apples and oranges. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
I move that we approve item 20.
And I'll second the motion.
All right, that's better. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 4-1. Going on to item number 42. Approve reclassifying position 200342, class code 4560, program coordinator, erase from pay range 17 to pay range 19, and further approve appointment of Todd Davison, incumbent to the position, to range 19, step 2, constituting a 7.6% salary increase to recognize the increases in his duties. But Buster Johnson, you had this item pulled. I'll give you the floor.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if Mr. Hendricks or who can explain this to me, but we hired a parks director, and our previous parks director had peace officer status, and for some reason when we hired this new one, we didn't make that a requirement, so now we have to go out and give somebody else a pay raise. Did we hire this new parks director at less money than we did the other parks director?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Johnson, that you characterized that correctly. As part of recruiting for the new Parks Administrator, we did remove the special requirement for that Parks Administrator to maintain peace officer status with Arizona Post. As a result, we were very delighted to be able to recruit a very talented and experienced Parks Administrator, Harold Hal Barton, who brings a wealth of experience in managing parks and definitely understands the business end of regional park and community park development and management. However, Mr. Barton is not Arizona Post certified, and as a result, this action requests the Board of Supervisors consideration and approval to provide a reappointment for Mr. Davison. He's our existing erase coordinator. He's our ranking peace officer within the Public Works Department, and Mr. Davison would be overseeing all of the law enforcement administration of our Arizona peace officers, namely our park superintendent at Davis Camp, as well as a future hire at Wildfire Mountain Park. And yes, we did bring in Mr. Barton at a salary lower than the previous parks administrator.
And don't we also have in this budget, I think we're hiring another assistant park manager for $107,000 a year, somewhere around there?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Johnson, yes, Mohave County Public Works does propose a new initiative to hire a new assistant park superintendent to serve namely Davis Camp, given the tremendous demand that we've experienced. And actually, it's nothing but a positive, but that is correct.
I guess I don't see why the parks director would need to be post-certified to oversee the law enforcement angle, to oversee anything else is my concern. To bring somebody in who, from a race, to oversee our people who actually do law enforcement duties, every day, that's their assignment, kind of bothers me. But that's the only reason I pulled it off, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Watson, do you have anything?
I really don't have anything further on that. We just need to recognize that the gentleman that we're bringing in, Hal, has done an excellent job in his previous performance for the federal government. And I think we're making the proper move and making sure that we're putting the right people in the right spot. I think what had happened was a handicap for us before, because the people had to be in that classification for the sheriff's office. So I think we're making the right move, a professional administrator.
Okay. Do you have any comments, Supervisor Angus, or? Okay, go ahead.
I do.
Floor is yours.
Just while you're up there, I did have an inquiry from Bullhead Fire Department saying that it's been their experience that on the weekends, if they are called, that it is, they wanted to know how they can get more law enforcement in there. They're having some issues. Would this help that?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Angus, this particular action would provide for the overall management of the peace officers. However, Parks does have a new initiative in our FY17 budget to bring on a new assistant park superintendent, and that individual, being an essential job requirement to be post certified, would assist on that. The Sheriff's Office ultimately provides us in Bullhead PD with backup in larger incidents, but this would help. Our budget initiative would help.
I think we need to sort of clarify who's responsible for what and with Bullhead Fire when the time comes with the new initiatives in this. So we'll get together and do that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Moss.
I have no questions, thank you.
Okay, I have just a point of clarification. The salary of the erase officers, is that self-funded by the landfill fees completely or just partially?
Madam Chair, the erase program is funded wholly by the landfill fees, by appropriation of the landfill fees.
Okay, and the Parks Department is self-sufficient as well?
That's correct, yes. The Parks program is an enterprise fund and funded wholly by the Parks user fees.
Okay, those are my only questions. Thank you. Okay, if there's no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve item 42.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 4-1. All right, going on to,
Take a 10-minute break.
we'll be going on to public hearings, but first we're going to take a 10-minute break. So we'll reconvene at 11 o'clock.
Thank you.
8 minutes.
That's 8 minutes.
It's on. It's hello, hello. There we go. They turned my mic back on. We'll now reconvene the public hearing session of the Board of Supervisors meeting, starting out with item number 44. I'll open the public hearing on this. Discussion of possible action, Ray, adopt the Board of Supervisors Resolution number 2016-087, renewal of a zoning use permit, now a special use permit on Assessor's Parcel number 306-66027 to allow for an animal sanctuary and an AR 36A. It's agriculture residential 36-acre minimum lot size zone in Golden Valley vicinity. This is in the area in Golden Valley on Laguna Road between Diabase and Newgard Drive. So the commission recommended approval by unanimous vote. So I do have one person that has signed up to speak. This is the applicant, Hillary Allison. Miss Allison, if you will come up, you have 3 minutes. And of course, you know how to give us your name and address for the record.
All right. Good morning, Madam Chairman, Supervisor, staff. I'm Hillary Allison. This is my property that we're requesting, and I signed up in case you needed to question me or I needed to rebut anything, but I'm hoping that we can just get this approved. It was approved unanimously by P&Z. Things are going well. There's a lot of lovely animals, and if you need one, come out and adopt, please. And I have nothing further to add other than thank you for listening, and thanks for letting us continue saving the lives of many, many animals in Mohave County and beyond.
Hey, do any of the board members have any questions for Miss Allison?
I have a comment.
Supervisor Moss.
I've known Miss Allison since she was running the Meals on Wheels program down in the Colorado River area.
Right.
And I will say that between that and this shelter that she was putting together, I think her heart's the size of Texas. So thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have no one that signed up to speak on this in opposition, but I did receive an email from a Patrick Lippincott, and he is opposed to the item, but I don't believe he's here to speak, but I just wanted to have it on the record that I did receive the email and the photographs and the complaint. So if you'd like to speak to that, you can. You certainly don't have to, and I appreciate you coming in and being willing to take questions.
Yeah, I don't know who that person is. My immediate neighbors and we all try and respect one another. In fact, I only have really one immediate neighbor now. As many of you know, when I purchased this little over 40 acres, I situated the actual animals kind of in the middle to create a buffer around so that we wouldn't be bothering anybody. But there are times, especially lately when the cows have been coming through, that the dogs are going to bark. And there's not a whole lot I can do about it except get in my car and go out like the cowgirl, hooping and hollering and shooing them down the road. I love the cows, but they do really upset the dogs. And the occasion when we have a coyote come in, they're going to bark. I would tell you very honestly, 95% of the time, it's peaceful and quiet. When they see the chow wagon in the morning, yeah, they say good morning, woof woof. And if someone drives in the driveway, they do their job and let us know. But it's a minute or 2 minutes. It's not any extended time. So I don't know this person. But I would certainly be willing to address it. But I do make every effort to be as respectful of my neighbors as possible. They are dogs. They do bark. But we try and contain that. So
Okay.
any other questions, I'm glad to answer.
Thank you very much. I don't think we have any questions for you, Ms.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve item 44.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing, and we do have a motion to approve from Supervisor Angus.
Second.
And seconded by Supervisor Moss. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. I'll open the public hearing now on item number 45, discussion of possible action, Ray, adoption of the Board of Supervisors Resolution number 2016-088, special use permit on Assessor's Parcel number 30609-032G and a portion of 30609-033A to allow for a kennel in an AR zone in the Golden Valley vicinity. This will be located, or is located, on Bacoby Road between Tangerine and Crystal Drive. The commission recommended approval by unanimous vote, and I do have one person that has signed up to speak on this item, Mr. Patrick Lippincott. Okay, Mr. Patrick Lippincott. And this is the gentleman that was brought to the attention in the last item. I didn't realize you were here, so please give us your name and address for the record. And
my name is Patrick Lippincott. I live at 4090 Crystal Drive, Golden Valley, and I'm against the bill to have the dog training and kennel over there. That's numbered 45 in your list there.
mm-hmm. Yes.
And as you said, I've sent everybody a copy of an email of why I'm against it. And I just don't want to see it happen. Okay? That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The last item, number 44, this gentleman was not opposed to that item. I was incorrect. He is opposed to this item. So I'll close the call to the public and entertain a motion unless there's any discussion.
I have a question.
Supervisor Johnson.
This would be Ms. Ballard. Is there any kind of regulations that these people go through to have a training facility? As opposed to a kennel?
Madam Chairman, Mr. Johnson, members of the board, the only permit that we have under our rules and regulations under the zoning ordinance, and the only permit that's required under the state's animal control laws, is a kennel permit to house more than 4 dogs.
So there's no, just so I understand, there's no license to say, yes, I'm a certified trainer of animals?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnson, no, there is not. We do ask on the application whether or not the kennel is a commercial kennel or a residential kennel. Mm-hmm. But as far as training, we have no rules, we have no requirements. We have a land use ordinance, so the issues revolving training is best left to another organization or agency.
Okay, and then I believe this is the one that had the objections about possible, I don't want to say abuse, but neglect of animals who are left in the care of those. Is that handled by the state or by the county?
Members of the board, Mr. Johnson, actual animal abuse is handled by the county for canines. It's handled by the Mohave County Sheriff's Office.
Those are the only questions I had. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ballard.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Angus?
Yeah, I believe this is just, it was a lapse permit. Mr. Allen's been in business for a while. I know Mr. Allen, he is Mohave County's dog whisperer. I've personally had him train my dogs there. So with that, I just make a motion to approve item 45.
Second.
Okay, we're still in the public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought
Yeah.
you closed it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And we do have a gentleman approaching the podium, so are you Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Yeah, I would like to hear what you have to say, Mr. Allen.
I've been training dogs for about 14 years, and we moved out here, and we're not trying to have a big organization or nothing like that. I haven't changed anything since I've been here. and we've been running this business for the last 8 years, have not had any complaints, and we do not rescue dogs, we don't breed dogs. All we do is help family dogs. And we're very appointment, so there's not like, we train them not to bark. We train them to obey their owners. We don't do no attack training or nothing like that. We help rescues, we help vets, we help Petco, and anyone that has a dog, we can usually give them some direction. I have a picture of my facility. I don't know if you can get that one. And it's not a big, it's not, we take one family at a time. We do not do groups, and so there's not a lot of traffic. We don't have hardly any, and there's no one comes to the property unless it's an appointment. And we do not kennel for the public. If you called me and wanted to kennel your dog, you couldn't, unless they come in for training. And we usually handle 4 or 5 training at a time. But every so often we'll have owners that'll come back, and we will help them with their dogs. But it's all private, and it's very well kept. And this is kind of like an outside view. It's a play area where dogs can actually be a dog, and they're not barking or anything, but they get to play, and they're not like prey. And then if we see something that that has an alert, we're able to tell the owners what they need to do, and they have access to me 24/7. And we do more phone calls and stuff like that. This is another one. So it's pretty, but anyway, we thank you, and wish you would approve this so we could keep our work.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have a question.
Okay, Supervisor Watson may have a question for you, so.
Yes, sure. What's the total number of animals you might have there in one day?
One day, the maximum I've ever had was 12. And it's 4, I mean, there's 8 dogs and 4 of my own, because I keep 4 in order to mix them. But I'll have 15. But 12, I can look at my calendar. The normal is 6.
That's
7.
the number I'm looking for. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I'll close the public hearing then, and Supervisor Angus, if you want to make your motion again?
Yes, I'm sorry for that. To keep not hearing you say, and closing the public hearing. I move to approve item 45.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Is there any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Item number 46, I'll open the public hearing. This will be a discussion of possible action, adoption of the Board of Supervisors Resolution number 2016-089. This will be the rezone of assessors parcel number 32801-032 from an AR 7A zone to an AR 2A zone for future splitting of the parcel in the Dolan Springs vicinity. This is the northwest corner of Akatia Road and 17th Street. The commission recommended approval by a unanimous vote, and I do not have anyone signed up for the call to the public, or for the public hearing, so I'll close the public hearing, and if there's
Motion approved.
no further discussion, we have a motion to approve by Supervisor Johnson,
Second.
I'll second the motion.
seconded by Supervisor Watson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Another unanimous approval, 5-0. Okay, I'll open the public hearing on item number 47. It's discussion of possible action, adoption of the Mohave County Ordinance number 2016-06, amendment to the Mohave County zoning ordinance to include section 37X agricultural exemptions for properties that meet Arizona Revised Statutes 11812.A and 11865.A.1, as requested by the Board of Supervisors at their January 19th, 2016 meeting. The commission recommended denial on the basis that the motion for approval failed on a tie vote. Commissioner Gabrielson and Walker and Chairman Fauché voted against the motion. Let me see, I do have a couple people signed up to speak on this item. 3, in fact. So I'll open that up to our speakers, and we'll start with Amanda Kaufman.
Good morning, Supervisors. Amanda Kaufman, 6615 East Flag Mine Road, Kingman, Arizona. This has been something that's been ongoing for about 6 months, and I don't know how much history to get into. I know I have worked with Supervisor Bishop and Supervisor Ingus at several, well, at least a couple meetings and stuff over the time and through the planning and zoning meetings. There's actually 2 items on the agenda, and they're related to each other, and there may be further discussion that may intermingle with them. But basically, the history of this, for those that aren't aware, in the mid-2000s, the county started issuing affidavits, or basically an agricultural exemption on any property of 5 acres or greater, the commercial acres as a measurement, not a use, to anybody in the county that signed an affidavit saying that they were using it for agricultural purposes according to the state regulations, which is ARS 11812 and 11865. And by signing that affidavit, it kind of limited the county on what they can and can't do when it came to enforcing it. And in recent years, there's been some misuse of that affidavit, and there has been a need for the county to put an ordinance on record so there can be enforcement or revocation of that affidavit or that exemption. Now, that exemption gave the individual or the property owner the exemption of all building codes from all structures on that property. Initially, it was everything but the residential structure, anything that was human habitable. But recently, in the last several years, it was increased to be 100% all structures. You still had to get your septic permit, you still had to get a well permit, your electrical permit, and I think there was one more, and if we need that defined, I'm sure it could be. But since then, all residential structures are also exempted, is how those affidavits had been issued. And the county has decided to come forward and put this ordinance together and solicited public input. And out of a response to that, there's a second item on the agenda, item 47. And the next item helps relieve some of the discord that those that will not be able to continue on with their agricultural exemptions will have, so that they're not at a complete loss from something that maybe they're not really eligible to have. The current ag exemption before us, this ordinance as written, I support with the exemption, with the exception of the residential structure. I believe the residential structure should be permitted, and I understand why the county has diverged in one direction, citing a couple of court cases, or at least one court case that references that the main dwelling may also be excluded from building codes. From an insurance perspective and from a bank lending perspective, and many people don't care about that today, but 10 years from now they may. I think, in my opinion, maybe we should still have building code permits on residential structures, but everything on before us on the agricultural exemption, the county is choosing to define the term agriculture based on how the assessor defines it, since it's not defined in the state statute. So the county has every right to define that. And using the assessor's description of agriculture, I think many people are going to lose their current exemption. So for those that are concerned about losing it, that discussion may continue on to the next item agenda. Do you have any questions?
Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Kaufman?
I do. Thank you so much for your hard work. We have been talking about this for a long time, I think twice in the P&Z meetings, which made me question sort of why the change from the first P&Z to the second P&Z. And what sort of the idea behind this is to put it back to what the original intent of the state law is. And Ms. Kaufman is right that nowhere except for maybe one court case that the county keeps referring to does it say that residential are exempt. Your habitable house should be up to code and get your building inspections, and yes, even pay taxes. But when you started the process from planning and zoning and not the assessor's office, there was really no way of the county knowing what you were building on your property, and that's been an issue, and that's what we're trying to rectify. But you're right, this, over the years, it's by no fault of the people. This was something the county was doing, and this was the process, and people went through the process in good faith. But now they'll be maybe perhaps losing some of that, and that's what item 48, which we think will actually give more exemptions and more sort of latitude in what they do. So I know it's a little confusing, but in the long run, I think this will make it fair for everyone. It's been kind of misused over the years and kind of makes people, I don't want to use the word liar, but I mean, it makes them sort of stretch the truth on how far their agriculture, and there's no reason to do that. People can do what they want on their property. We don't want to know what you're doing. That's not our business. You have your 5 acres, and this is what you get for having your 5 acres, a rural lifestyle. So I hope people understand that. We're not trying to take away things. We're trying to make it easier for everyone, but also have the county have some way of understanding what's going on in the county and on properties.
Thank you.
The county staff, they've gone through lengths at explaining what will happen to those that have the current exemptions, that will likely be losing them. In order to keep your current exemption, you will need to go to the county assessor and actually reclassify the use of your land to agriculture. So if you meet the requirements of that, it's not going to affect you at all. There'll be an application process, which is a one-time application process, and the county has the right to review it annually. It doesn't mean they're going to be coming on the property annually. So from a government oversight perspective, there's really not much change if everything is as you say it is. It's just if it becomes misused or something, then this gives the county the right to come in and enforce the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any questions of the speaker? Supervisor Watson?
I'd like to thank Ms. Kaufman for her endeavors in looking into all this information and her input. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kaufman.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Sean Schmidt. If you could come forward. Good morning. If we could have your name and address for the record.
Good morning. My name is Sean Schmidt. We live at 21979 East Fort Rock Road, Kingman, Arizona. We've had our property for quite a while. I've owned it for 15 years, and we've been building structures on it. We are not done building, and one of our things is we are worried that if you guys go through with changing our ag exempt and you start coming out there and inspecting, and if you try and take the ag exempt away from us, then what are we going to do with everything that we have built already? And if you put stipulations on what we do build out there, then it may not be as big as we need, or may not be useful for what we need it for. We've had the ag exempt on our property for a while, and I think it should be left the way it's been. It's been like this for a lot of years. The exact ag exempt has been set in the county for a lot of years. It should just be left alone. If people are found by their neighbors complaining, or somebody driving around and sees that, hey, that just doesn't look right, and they come and complain to the county's always got the option of going out and checking whether it's an ag exempt property or not. They can go out and check on the person and make sure that what they've done is proper, that they have their permits, or, you know, if one of my neighbors says, hey, it looks like Sean's building something that shouldn't be there, you guys come out and check it and say, hey, what's going on with this building? And that one's under your ag exempt, okay, no big deal, leave it alone. But if we change it and then we got to go through the new fees and we got to spend, I think it was like $350 every year or one time, and then another $20 every year, or whatever it is that we have to spend yearly, that's just another thing that we have to go through. And I like it the way it is. We just do our thing and we go about our business, we raise our animals, we grow our food, and we're a done deal. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to say that the big difference is that the assessor's agricultural classification is for tax purposes. That won't be changing. And the proposed zoning ordinance exempts you from the county building and zoning codes unless you're building a residential house. So I don't think this is going to be a problem for you. Does anybody else have any comments for the speaker?
Well, I do want Nick Hahn to come up and address, because we did talk about, like I said, everyone who got this exemption did it in good faith. They came and they did nothing wrong. So we talked about at length about what to do about people who've already received it. And so can you address that?
Yes. Madam Chair, Supervisor Angus, thank you for the question. Thank you for the opportunity to clarify what the gentleman was worrying about, that the proposed ordinance will actually grandfather all existing structures that anybody may have built previously. And I don't think the gentleman is right that the county can just go on a property anytime that something doesn't look good. We have our ordinances and codes, and that's about the only time we can go on, and we can only enforce those. But the ag exemption, as Chairman Bishop pointed out, the important distinction is that the assessor's ag exemption is for tax purposes, and there's nothing to do with this. This ordinance, this proposed ordinance, is for building codes, for exemption from building codes and zoning ordinances only. And also the next item, which is item number 48, it's kind of intermingled. I appreciate Amanda Kaufman bringing that up, that we had several hearings on that, at least two meetings with the Planning Zoning Commission, and we had a public informational meeting, and the public brought up that issue, and that if people don't get the assessor's exemption, which will be a precondition for the building code or building permit exemption, then people that live out and have larger properties and have rural lifestyle, they can get a relief. And that's the next item that is proposed to anybody without any question whether they do agriculture or not. They could get a so-called exempt permit if it goes through, if the board approves it, which the only conditions would be that they would have to be 300 feet from each property line so they don't bother the neighbors, and that the structures would be not for dwellings, not for living structures. Any residential homes would need a permit, but not for living, and also the wall height would be up to only 10 feet. After that, they would need to get a permit. I also like to clarify that on the ag exemption, whether the existing or the proposed, anybody who wants to get a building permit, they can get one. And I personally would recommend anybody for a residential home get a building permit, because if they want to get a loan later on, or want to put an addition to their house or a swimming pool and they want to get a loan, then the lending institution will be looking for a building permit, or they want to sell the home. That's a good kind of way to prove it that everything is up to standard. And finally, I just want to correct the fees. The proposed fees for this ordinance would be $250 one time. It's not every year. It's just a one time. And then the next one, next item, item 48, the exempt permit, that would be a $50 fee only. It's just for record keeping, so there would be no inspections or anything, but it would be just record keeping that there is a structure there. There are no permits on it, so the assessor would know about it.
Nick, just for this gentleman that had some concerns, can you just use him as example? How would, if we voted yes on this, how would it affect this gentleman who's been, under the old ag exemption? How would it affect him? So just to put his mind at ease.
Yes, Supervisor Angus, yeah, specifically for this gentleman, I assume he has agricultural exemption as we speak, so all of his structures that are existing today, they were all grandfathered in. There will be no permit requirement whatsoever on any of them.
Right.
On any future structures that he wants to build, if he qualifies for future agricultural exemption, then again, that will be exempted from everything. If he does not qualify for future agricultural exemption under this proposed ordinance, and I assume if the board approved item number 47 and 48, then under item number 48, he would get an exemption for any structures, even in the future, except residential structure and except for structures that are higher than 10 feet in wall height.
Right. And the residential has its own set of qualifications, so unless if you're going to be building residential houses on your property, I'm assuming from what you said that they're more agriculture-based structures, and the number 48 covers that. And we actually expand what's currently used as the height and how big it is.
Yeah, 10
so
feet,
I think we're actually making it better.
Yeah, I think your characterization is correct, Supervisor Angus, that probably they would end up with more exemptions. They wouldn't have to prove any agriculture whatsoever in that regard.
Thank you.
Chairman, Bishop, may I clarify just one more item?
Absolutely, please do.
Because that was a question here and brought up, that if the agricultural exemption is approved, or if it's not approved, regardless, currently our Chief Deputy County Attorney made a determination that residential buildings, dwellings that people live in, fall under the exemption, so they don't need a building permit whatsoever. And this is not for staff to determine. We questioned that several times, and that was his determination based on a previous lawsuit that where dwellings, agricultural workers' dwellings are on the property, they are exempt. That was the Arizona Supreme Court's decision. And so based on that, his interpretation is that the farmer could be an agricultural worker or a farmer's family. So his interpretation is that under the current ordinance, or even in the future, if the board approves it, the residential under ag exemption will be exempted. Now, item number 48, if the board approves that item, that's not an agricultural exemption, then the residential on dwelling will not be exempted. But the agricultural, that's the county attorney's determination.
Right, and the ag exemption, and I want to state that the majority of the people who have it now really don't meet the regulations and the requirements of the ag exemption as stated in the original state statute. And again, I believe that our county attorney is wrong on that, and I think that's what Amanda Kaufman was saying, that she believes too that it shouldn't apply to residential again. But I don't know what trumps what. I would go get a Attorney General's opinion on that, because I do feel strongly that that was not the intent, but that is what the county is saying, and that for now is what would go into that. But again, the people that would be qualifying for the ag exemption, it would be a pretty small number, because it has a lot of requirements that just small farmers wouldn't reach the requirements, and that's why we did 48. So everyone would fall under something
Right.
that would help them.
That is correct.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, can I just address one more issue that last time we discussed it in front of the board? We discussed it back in November 16th. That's when the board directed staff to develop procedures, policies, procedures, brought it back in January. And then the board directed us to develop an ordinance, and that's what we have in front of you. And that time, it was questioned that how many of those ag exemptions are out there, and staff collected that, and it's in your material. But I just want to emphasize, and I think Supervisor Johnson asked that question, that back 10 years back, from 2006 to the present, there are a total of 233 exemptions that were given, and they are. But also, I want to emphasize that we looked at the assessor's database, and based on the assessor's information, only 18 structures have been built under agricultural exemption between 2006 and 2015. That's where we have data. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I have questions, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Johnson.
So you're saying out of the 200-plus exemptions that were given, only 18 people decided to build some kind of a structure?
Yeah, and Madam Chair, Supervisor Johnson, this data is based on the assessor's information. Our department doesn't do inspections, so we don't. The current procedure is there's just an affidavit filled out, and then we don't do any inspections whatsoever. So I did not verify that, but based on the assessor's information, there is only 18 structures that have been built, and I think the assessor can speak for that. They are really good picking up structures, actually.
I guess my problem still comes from the fact that, I don't believe we ever should just had somebody sign a piece of paper and say, that's what they were going to do without the county verifying it. I think it's our responsibility to verify these. I think if we just grandfather in all these people without looking, we're putting the taxpayers at risk, because if there are structures that have to be cleaned up, the county does it. Because I think you said on that one committee that you guys got 30-some people on it that does the abatements of property. So that's my only thing. And then I have some questions on the next one, but that's the only one on the grandfather, and I don't agree with.
May I comment on that, Supervisor Johnson?
Sure.
Okay. The existing structures grandfathering in on all of them, we discussed with the county attorney, Bob Taylor, and his opinion was that it would be a liability to the county if we wanted to go back and inspect those and try to bring them up. It would be a financial liability, could be a financial liability to the county. So that's why the proposed ordinance grandfathers in all existing structures.
I guess maybe I could see that, but I guess the problem I'm having is if somebody makes their property obsolete for resale, by building structures on it that aren't, up to standards. And I agree with the ordinance, that if we have farmers, they ought to be able to build their barns and their chicken houses and those things. But I think when you're getting down to small pieces of property, some people might just trying to bypass our system. But that was my only concern.
Madam Chair, I just want to, on the record, when you say 18 structures, that's what we know about, because that's what we're trying to rectify. Because when we did it this way, and if it started at the planning and zoning instead of the assessors, and we met with when Ron Nicholson and Ken Fielder, and they were saying the only way they would know is if they happened to be driving by or something, and that is what we're trying to rectify. So we don't know. 18 is the number, but we really don't know how many are out there.
Yeah, Supervisor Angus, this is absolutely correct. We don't know, and I just wanted to emphasize that's what currently the assessor has on his record.
Okay, Supervisor Watson.
Thank you, Chairman Bishop. I have a great deal of concern over the lack of residential permits. I believe it would put Mohave County in a larger liability situation if we were to overlook this item. let's say, for instance, that somebody goes out, builds their home without a permit, does the electrical without an inspection, and 5 people end up burning themselves and getting killed. Who is going to be liable for not making sure that that premises was safe?
I think that's what we were looking for with this.
I agree, and the only reason, that was what we originally wanted, but then we had the attorney's opinion that he used, again, one lawsuit out of everything that he chose to say that the residential had to be exempt as well. And if it were up to me, I would have put the residential in it as well.
Well, and there's the other aspect of this also. If you're building a nice residence, and I'm sure many people, that's exactly what they want, is a nice, good-looking, attractive residence. Without a permit, it's going to be almost impossible to sell unless they're going to be receiving cash for the item. So how in the world are they going to get a loan on a residence that didn't have an original permit?
Chairman?
Go ahead.
Supervisor Watson, that pertains, again, going back to the original ag exemption. And we don't believe that there's going to be that many people or companies, because it was originally supposed to be for companies. People, and they have to show profit and things like that. So it will be a small amount of people that actually, am I right about this? So again, if we were going to go back to the intent of the state, the original ag exemption, they said everything but residential. And that there were also a whole other bunch of things. There was, you can't sell it as is, it has to go back, and that the county can come in at any time and change it. So again, I would have liked to have gone back to the strict way it was written from the state. And it wouldn't affect that many. I suspect we won't get that many applications when it goes back to the original wording of the state statute.
Yes, Madam Chair, Supervisor Angus, that is absolutely correct, that the assessor's classification, agricultural classification, will be for commercial agricultural use only, where they produce, actually, and they show profit. So that will be limited in number. And but I also want to emphasize that 2 things. One is the item number 48, the exemption permit, that does not include residential buildings. That does not include. The second one, no matter what the board decides to do here today on item number 47, the county attorney's opinion, even as we speak today, if we don't change anything, is that residential dwellings are exempt if they have agricultural exemption. So, and properties that have agricultural exemption, they don't need to get a building permit for their residential dwelling. That's the county, Chief Deputy County Attorney Bob Taylor's opinion as we speak today.
Does the county attorney trump state attorney general opinions? Is that the way it's written?
I really don't know that. I can't answer to the question. Maybe Deputy Attorney Bill Ekstrom can.
Madam Chairman, Supervisor Angus, neither have the weight or authority of law. The Attorney General's opinion is just his opinion. It doesn't bind anybody. Same with the county attorney opinions. However, if the county acts upon a county attorney opinion, individuals acting upon that have immunity from liability.
Okay, I have one question for clarification. If we pass 47 and 48, as they're written now, a residential structure on an agricultural exempt property would still require a county permit. Is that correct? So we lost that part in the...
No, we didn't lose it. The residential structure or residential dwelling that for habitants, people to live in, does not require a building permit as we speak if they have an agricultural exemption, and they will not require a building permit if you pass that ordinance. Again, that's the county chief deputy attorney's opinion.
Okay, I didn't realize we had lost that part of it. Supervisor Johnson.
What if the county board was to take no action on this and suspend the issuing of these permits, then we'd be back to, then everything would have to be permitted anyway. We just go around the county attorney.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Johnson, this is a state law, so this is not a county ordinance. The agricultural exemption is in the state law that any property, and I'm trying to paraphrase that, that is larger than 5 commercial acres and and the property is being used for grazing or agricultural production is exempt from building permits and zoning permits. That's what the state law states, and I can read it more correctly, but so what county is doing, what board is doing, establish a procedure. How do we implement this? That's all it is. And that's the county attorney's opinion, again, that there was a court case that established that the county has the right, the Board of Supervisors can establish policies and procedures implementing the state law, but I don't think they can actually change the state law.
I agree with you there, but I'm thinking we're all in agreement that we have no problem with bunkhouses, migrant worker camps, those sorts of things, but the residence is the one that I'm thinking about, and if we didn't adopt ours, our interpretation could be of the states that it covers main living structures, couldn't we, Ernie?
And I agree, and I agree with you again that I would recommend anybody to get a building permit for residential, and they can if they wish to, because of all these concerns that you brought up. And again, that we visited with Bob Taylor several times about that, but his opinion stands that they would be exempt.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Hunt? Okay, we do have one more speaker to the call, Ms. Raquel Lacey. And I did not forget you. I was just waiting for an opportunity to introduce you. Okay. And we need your name and address, please.
My name is Raquel Lacey, and I live at 18437 South Cholla Canyon Ranch Road. I am a rancher. I'm also a licensed real estate agent in the state of Arizona. I'm very familiar with this ag exempt. It's a state statute. It allows you to build a primary residence and also to build additional housing for migrant workers or field hands, if you will. We filled out our affidavit, which was given to P&Z, and they submitted it to the state of Arizona. It's an affidavit of disclosure. It is a legal document that I am signing saying that I am in fact doing ag. I am here as one of the 233 people that have done what was asked of us to adhere to it. I have taken a 20-acre parcel, and I've built a primary residence, which by Arizona state statute, I did get a permit for. We went through the entire permitting process for that primary residence. But what they're proposing, and I've been to every one of these meetings that they've had, is about as clear as mud. They've gone from one side of the spectrum to the other, and it's still a little bit confusing as to what exactly is going on. There is actually 2 different things they're talking about. One of them is on a commercial side, and one is ag exempt. Ag exempt, what that affidavit of disclosure gives me is the ability to build structures on my property as long as I meet the 5 contiguous acres, which is like commercial acres, but you don't have to be a commercial ag person. It allows me to build barns, hay barns. There is nobody in their right mind that is going to bring a semi-truck in with a load of hay to offload it that's going to be able to get that squeeze into a 10-foot high wall building. You can't do it. So you're leaving us to unload an entire semi-load truck or 2 by hand because they don't understand what ag is. You're assuming that everybody that's got this ag exempt has no concept or understanding what goes into it, or somehow they're just chicken coop people. That's not true. I'm standing right in front of you. I want basically things to be left the way they are. If there's something going on in another county that has resulted in a lawsuit, that is on them. This is in Mohave County. If somebody has filled out an affidavit of disclosure and they've been fraudulent, that is a legal binding, whatever you guys need to do with it, have fun with it, bye-bye. But I don't want to be affected. I don't want to have people doing inspections. I don't want to have a different class code. I don't want to have the assessor looking at my stuff. I've already complied. My property is zoned through Mohave County as a residential ag. I don't want to change that and lose the zoning classification I have. Once you lose it, it's gone. Let's all remember Zone A. Okay, that's gone. It's never going to come back. I don't want to be affected anymore. I don't want to have to pay another $250 fee. I don't want to have to reapply every year for my ag exempt. I've had a business plan. I went ahead and I did it based off of what I was allowed to do at the time. I'm not finished yet. So it is a legal issue. It is a legal issue that I will take up because the Arizona statute tells me what I'm able to do. It is very clear that is a state law. If there are ordinances that you guys want to impose, then we can talk about it. I'm willing to understand that there's a problem, but there has to be a meeting in the middle. You're not going to pull the rug out underneath all of the ranchers or the people that are doing ag. When we've come to these meetings and we've articulated very well how we feel about it, and we're still being referred to as not really having the justification for having that ag. When I filled out that affidavit, I knew what I was doing.
Thank you, Ms. Lacy. And the affidavit does not go to the state of Arizona?
Well, wherever it goes, we have to fill it out. So it's a legal binding thing. When I issued that, and I put my signature on it, and I had it signed by a notary, that I was actually the one that signed it, and I turned it into Christine Ballard, I was giving you my word.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions of the speaker?
Again, I think that everything's going to be grandfathered in from your...
For 365 days, that's not grandfathered. That's what they told us at the last commissioners meeting.
No, that's, I want to correct it, because I'm hearing a lot of, that you're hearing differently what we're saying, so just, I want you to be comfortable. So, Nick, can you come up and tell Ms. Lacy how this is going to affect her?
Yes, Madam Chair, Supervisor Angus, you're absolutely right. The proposed ordinance will grandfather every single structure that was built under agricultural exemption, so they don't need any permits whatsoever. If this passes, this ordinance passes, and item 48 passes, then we'll not need permits for anything if she continues to have agricultural exemption whatsoever, no permit. If she loses the agricultural exemption, then the exemption permit still would apply, and any residential structure would need a permit, and anything over 5 feet in wall height. And she mentioned that, well, you know, building a barn or things like that could be higher than 5 feet. I agree with that. I have to correct myself. It's 10 feet in wall height. I was wrong. 10 feet in wall height. And the reason for the 10 feet that we looked at the building codes and engineering design for lateral load, you know, there's wind loads that a building can collapse. And so if you go over 10 feet, that could endanger lives on the property if the building collapses. And so basically lateral loads are wind and earthquake, and that's why the 10-foot wall height was chosen to build without any permits. Of course, you can build anything over 10 feet in wall height. It just will need a permit and need probably a proper engineering. That could be like steel buildings. The building comes with the engineering.
Can I ask Ms. Lacy, so you said you've read the state,
I'm very familiar with it.
Okay, so your particular operation will, meets all the qualifications, so...
If I adhere to what their new deal is, they want me to resubmit everything annually.
No.
That's correct,
It's not correct. No, not at all.
Well, that's what they told us on this last commissioners meeting.
No,
So the thing is that they've jumped around, because I've been from one meeting to another. And before this is actually voted on, I think that there needs to be an actual paperwork put out to the people who have the ag exempt, all 233 of us that are going to be affected of it. Because not everybody goes to a post office or reads the newspaper for the meetings and has the ability to take off work to be here. Notify them of what the changes are going to be, because we're not getting notification. You know, they've changed it so many times that there's no wonder that we're a little bit confused if that is in fact what's going on. But I don't want to have to do the class codes. I don't want to have to change what I'm doing. I don't think the assessor needs to look at my tax returns. Arizona state statute that they put up gives it to us. You keep shaking your head at me, Hildy, like I don't know what I've gone through on these meetings. I have been in there, I've watched it, I've talked to it. Even the paperwork that's been provided to us hasn't stayed the same. So there's a reason we're concerned about it. This is going to affect us. You act as if it's not, but it is. Including being able to do the additional migrant farm. If I wanted to build another residence on my property under the Arizona state statute, I'm allowed to do that. My primary residence was already permitted. The only thing that I would have to adhere to is anything that's environmental, because we're rural, so we're obviously going to be septic. That is it. There is a lot of things that are going to be the devil's in the details, and it keeps coming out the more and more we pull the layers of this onion back. I'm just requesting that it be left what it is, because the Arizona state statute trumps it, especially for the rural areas. Mohave County is huge. You know, I had somebody on the commissioner's board, you know, telling me that we basically had to fall under the same rules and guidelines they did because he had to permit everything. People need to understand what ag is.
Okay, this goes back to what Supervisor Johnson was saying before. If we just take away what this ordinance is and leave it to the state, you know, you're going to have to start at the state or the assessor's office. We changed all that. Yes, we did. We changed all that. So this thing is actually going to help you. That's what I believe.
Well, you can believe whatever you want. I know what I've got right now, and I know the way that it has operated for me, and I've gone on for like at least 10 years with no problem. And as far as there being something like you guys only know of 18 structures, you know, that the ag people have actually used or implemented something on their property, you know, you guys just don't know because you're not supposed to know. It's just people building stuff for agricultural. You know, you don't need to micromanage every little aspect. It's just agricultural. We're building hay barns, we're building loafing sheds,
Ms.
you know,
Lacy,
whatever we need.
I do have the minutes from the Planning and Zoning Commission with me, and I'll be glad to share those with you, but this has been the same since the meeting in June and July, and the proposal hasn't changed since March, so.
I have about 5 people sitting up here that can say it was different than what you're saying right now. As far as what the minutes say, I know what we were told when we were in those meetings and the paperwork that was provided, and I wish I had brought all that with me.
Okay.
So it has changed significantly. In the very first meeting, they never talked about any fees because that was one of the first things they brought up.
Another thing that we can do, if this passes today, and I don't know if it will or not, but if it does, we can bring it back and make amendments if it's not the way that we're proposing it. If you find something that's really that damaging, we can bring it back and have amendments made to it. So, but this has been going on and on and on for I don't know how many months, and I would like to see a decision made one way or the other today. So
Well, then I'm going to ask
thank
that
you very
guys
much
turn
for
it down.
speaking, and I'd like a clarification from the county attorney. Can we discuss item 48 without a motion on 47 so that we have all the information?
Madam Chairman, that's the chair's prerogative.
Okay. Okay. So if there's no further discussion on item number 47, I'd like to hold off on voting on this and go on to item number 47. I'll close the public hearing for item 47 and go on to item 48 and open that public hearing. This is a discussion on possible action, adoption of Mohave County Ordinance number 2016-07, amendment to the Mohave County zoning ordinance to include owners, to include owners, allow the construction of non-habitable residential accessory structures with wall heights of 10 feet or less on properties of 5 continuous acres in size or larger, and with setbacks from all property lines of 30 feet or more, without a building permit after receiving an exempt permit, and signing a release of liability waiver as requested by the P&Z Commission at their March 9th meeting. The Commission recommended approval with a unanimous vote on this. So I do have several people that have signed up to speak on this. They spoke on 47, and I think their comments were for both items. But I'll give Mr. Sean Schmidt the opportunity to come and speak on item 48 as well.
Sean Schmidt, 21979 East Fort Rock Road, Kingman, Arizona. Rocky said, was mentioning about unloading semi-truckloads of hay. How many of you have ever done that? You remember how much fun it was?
Yes.
Have you ever done two at once?
No, I have not.
Okay. Do you know the minimum height for a building for a squeeze so that the squeeze can make our lives a little bit easier on us?
I only had a few horses. I unloaded the truck myself.
Okay. So you didn't do a full semi-truck and trailer then? The minimum
Supervisor
height...
Watson is aware.
Okay, minimum height of a building is 13 feet for a squeeze to get your stack of hay in it.
Mm-hmm.
When we have 2 or 3 semi-trucks, it'd be nice to have that 13-foot. And like our hay barn that we're building is 20 foot wide, 60 foot long. The low end of it is 13 foot, the high end is 15 foot. Now, if you all are familiar with the old dairy over here and those structures that were out there for the dairy cattle to stand under, those have been standing up there for over 20 years that I know of. And that's what I'm using. I tore one of those down. I bought one of those. I tore it down and I'm reconstructing it out there. So if our minimum or our maximum is a 10-foot wall height, then that doesn't make it for my hay barn. So that's one of the things on number 48. As far as reselling our property, okay, I'm just like Rocky. My primary residence is permitted. My septic is permitted. My well is permitted. Okay, if I build a second one, so be it. If I want to resell my property, that's on me. That's not on any of you. It's not on the bank. It's not on the person that's wanting to buy my place. That's on me and nobody else. If we want to make sure that people aren't making a whole bunch of garbage laying around, you want to make sure that our county is clean. Let's start with right here in town, Butler and Birdland area. I don't know how many of you have driven through there lately. It's trashy. People are living in sheds in the backyards, and there is no power and no water to a bunch of those houses out there. If you walk into the backyard, you'll see garden hoses and electric cords running from the neighbors' houses. At least with our stuff, we try and keep it clean so that our animals are not in that trashy area, so that our product that we are growing, that we're producing, doesn't have that garbage around it. We try and keep our stuff clean. It's not us that we need to worry about, it's the trash that lives right here in town mostly. And sorry about being that way about people. So a lot of this is on us. It's not on anybody else, it's on us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then the last speaker is Amanda Kaufman. If you want to speak again, you're certainly welcome to.
Amanda Kaufman, 6615 East Flagmine Road. Good afternoon, Chairman.
Hello again.
Supervisors. There's a lot going on here with these. One more thing that I'm going to throw out there that's not before us right now, but we're also looking at somehow increasing countywide the minimum square foot before you would need a permit to 300 square feet. And that's in some building, something one of these guys can say.
That's
most of the people that currently have the agriculture exemptions are not going to meet the assessor's classification, and you're hearing from some of them today. They're going to be affected by it because they can't meet those standards, and if those standards are too high, that's a question for the county to decide. The county has the right to make that, to define the term agriculture and how it's used, or how it's defined in this case. As a result, knowing that most of these people are going to lose that exemption, we came up with this exemption permit, and there were a number of meetings, a number of informal discussions, lots of feedback, and when we were at the last planning and zoning meeting, the height requirement came up on the hay and pole barns, and I don't even think there was an issue with the height of pole barns if they were using steel poles for the barns. I believe whatever height that was going to be a safe construction, that they could still get a permit for that and not worry about requiring engineering. Mr. Hunt could probably define that more. But in general, the 10-foot height requirement or restriction came up as a mere safety issue. When you start exceeding 10 feet in wall height, putting aside barns, you get into structural issues, engineering issues. And again, there is probably somewhere out there some liability that ends up falling back on the county, and I think the county's just looking at it from a liability perspective. What can we do as a county to help offset the damages or the results or the outcome that for these folks that are going to lose their agriculture exemption? What can we do? And the county didn't have to do this item 48. The county could have went through with 47 and do whatever it decides, and then everybody's out on their own. But instead, the county decided to listen to the people and show that, okay, we'll deregulate, okay, we'll get out of your lives. We know you don't want government oversight. And this item 47 is a direct result of that. Yes, there's a fee, a $50 fee for every structure you want to do, but it's a paperwork fee. You pay $50 and the government's not going to show up and look at everything you're doing and critiquing you on what you're using and what materials you have leftover aluminum siding you want to use for a wall for your horse barn. Okay, do it. It's just, I appreciate the county allowing the opportunity to us in general to relax some of these regulations and put something forward that kind of takes away from like a 2-foot by 2-foot wellhead when I put a light bulb in it to keep it warm so it doesn't freeze. Right now, I have to get a permit for that and a building code permit for that. And right now, I can get an exemption permit. I can do a hand wash station and a feed barn or something where maybe I'm washing my eggs or whatever it is that everybody's doing out in the rural areas of the county. I just want to thank you guys for considering these. I know there's a lot to them, and I appreciate your time, and if there's any other questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kaufman. Do we have any questions for the speaker?
Actually, I'm on this next thing too. I did sign up for that.
Okay.
My name is Raquel Lacey. It's 18437 South Choya Canyon Ranch Road. I just wanted to make sure that, again, this is one of the things that was brought to our attention the last meeting was the fees. And that's part of the problem is because we already have what we needed through the Arizona statute that we got the ag exempt where we did the affidavit of disclosure. So now they're charging us to get a permit to get an exemption for what we already have. So it's another fee that we have to do. And that's another problem that I had with it. So,
If these property owners are grandfathered, then they don't have to pay the fee.
this is going forward, you're going to need to do.
That's what I'm asking.
If they get agricultural exemption, then the agricultural exemption is a $250 one-time fee, and they never need to pay for anything after that. If they don't have agricultural exemption and they don't do agriculture and this exempt permit applies, then for each building that they don't want to get a permit for, there's $50.
Right, but if they are doing what they say, agriculture, then
there is no
one time,
just one
that's
time,
forever and
right.
forever.
250 forever, yes.
And then people are not going to be coming on their property and bothering them and going through things
No,
if they meet that qualification.
Well, the assessor, again, the assessor's exemption is totally different, and that's not discussed here today. The assessor gives agricultural classification, and they do have inspectors, and they do have it today, and they work under state rules, the Department of Revenue rules, and they may send out inspectors for tax purposes. But if somebody gets an agricultural exemption, then we'll never see any inspectors from planning, zoning, or building inspectors on their property.
Okay, does that answer some of it?
So we are not doing anything with the state of Arizona agricultural exemption. We're not touching that whatsoever.
Well, I guess you can kind of look at it any way you want to in that capacity. That's not exactly what I'm seeing. If they're saying like in the last commissioners meeting, that there was a $250 one-time fee, but you're going to have to reapply annually. You're going to have to go through the assessor's office, all of this stuff. So again, what I want to do is clarify, whatever the stipulation is that you all are going to vote on to bring forward, it would be, I think, prudent to be able to put it all in writing as to exactly what's going on, so there's not any gray area, because there is still a lot of confusion on what's going on. And the reason we have that is the way that it's been presented to us. So when I walk up to a P&Z, or I have an inspector show up for a county assessor, when we built our house and they came out for that, to assess everything, they didn't just assess my house. They walked around my entire property and nailed me for a GE office trailer that was there for tax purposes because it was a commercial office trailer. It wasn't in use, but they nailed it. I didn't find out about it until I got my tax bill. They got me for 2 RVs that were inoperable, that weren't licensed, that were just sitting there in storage. So yeah, it does affect you. And I had to clear that all up through all of the agencies within the Kingman area. What a cluster that was, just to get it off my tax bill. And this, you guys act like it doesn't affect us, but it does. It takes time out of my day to come in here and listen to what's being proposed. It does matter to me. And there's no wonder that we're still confused. I'm not the only one that's still saying it. And all these other side meetings that have been held between you guys and whoever, we weren't included in. So all we've had is the public forums. And the way that it's been presented is exactly the way I'm presenting it to you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I know there's been a lot of discussion in the Planning and Zoning Commission meetings. Our commissioners are volunteer civilians, and there was a lot of confusion, a lot of discussion, and I think we've worked it all out. And as far as number 48, we've listened to your desire for less government oversight, and we've relaxed the regulations and with this exemption permit, and I think it's going to be good for you. And I'm sorry that the commissioners' discussion may have been confusing, and some of the things you might have tuned into more so than others, but I think we've got it right, and I think you'll see that as it goes forward if it passes. So thank you very much for coming in time after time to let us hear your comments. Yes, I have one person in the back that still wants to speak, so come on up. You'll be the last speaker, and then I'm going to close the public hearing.
Hi, I'm Michael Lacey. My address is 18437 Choya Canyon Ranch Road. Only question I have, I'm really confused about all this, is they keep going at us in all different directions to get this passed. He says that we got to, say this passes in number 48, we got to go in and we got to apply for an application and pay our $50. They still have the decision if we can build that or not. That's what I'm hearing. Is we're applying for an application, a $50 permit fee, we're applying for that. They could turn it down, right? That's what
I don't believe that's right. Mr. Hunt, could you clarify that, please?
For me.
Thank you for asking the question, Madam Chair. That's not right, what he's saying. The $50 fee is to keep a record only, so the assessor will have record that something was built there, but planning, zoning, or development services will never inspect the property, will never deny anything, and has no say-so in it, what they build, as long as it fits that criteria, that it's as the setback and the wall height criteria.
And I have one more question.
That's what I understood as well. And your final question?
My final question is, and this is what confuses me. Okay, we buy the $50 permit. We build that structure. Now the assessor can tax us on that new structure, right? See, now we got to pay taxes.
And he could now, too.
No, not on the building, not on what we built so far under the...
I think you're mistaken.
I think because we'd already got a tax bill for it, and we never have. I mean, we did everything under the Arizona statute, but now under this new ordinance, we build something with this $50 permit. The assessor comes out and assesses our hay barn, our chicken coop, whatever we got, and then they're going to tax us on it. Right now, they can't do that.
Mr. Hunt, could you again clear that up for this gentleman?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question too. And I don't want to speak for the assessor, but I'm 100% sure on that. You can verify with him. Yeah, you paid, this has nothing to do with taxes. That's what I wanted to emphasize. This is about building permits. This ordinance, what the board is discussing today, has nothing to do with taxes. The assessor makes the assessments regardless, whether anybody has a building permit or not. The assessor will assess that structure according to rules established by the Department of Revenue, and that's what they do. So as of today, if somebody had a agricultural exemption as we speak today, still, the assessor should assess all those structures for tax purposes. If you approve this ordinance, or any one of them, it's not going to have any impact on the assessor's work whatsoever.
That was my understanding as well, so.
This is what confuses me. I'm understanding one thing, and then when he talks again, I'm confused again. Okay, when we built our house, we bought the permit and we got assessed on our property. And we pay taxes on that. I don't have a problem with that. But when they come out and assessed our property, we had our structures and stuff. It seems it's under the tax exempt, we don't have to pay taxes for that structure there. Under what he's saying, we pay this $50 fee. Now they're going to come to our place and they're going to tax us on the new structures and the new buildings for our ag exempt. We have a great thing right now. Why would we want to change it?
I understand that you're understanding, but Mr. Hunt has told you that's not the case. Is there anyone here from the assessor's office?
Well, put it in writing.
Mr. Fielder, would you come in? This is Mr. Fielder. He is the county assessor, and I believe you can get clarification from him.
That's what's confusing me. How you doing, Mike?
Chairman Bishop, board members, I think...
Could you move over in front of the mic, please?
I'm sorry. Chairman Bishop, board members, I think the gentleman is misinformed. Currently, any structure on the property that adds value to it, the assessor by state law is supposed to pick it up and value it and issue it, the treasurer will issue a tax bill on it.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much for speaking, and I hope we've answered all of your questions. I'm going to close the public hearing, and if there is no further discussion,
Madam
Supervisor
Chair,
Johnson.
Thank you, and just for, see how the other board members feel, I know you've made the statement you'd like to end this today, but there seems to be still confusion with people out there. I wouldn't mind continuing this for, say, a 45-day period and having this posted on our website so that people could read it and maybe understand it, and then contact the two Kingman supervisors if they have any questions to get their answer.
I would prefer you say the two rural supervisors. If you're making that a motion for 45 days, I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion to continue item number 47 and 48 for 45 days. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, we will continue this for 45 days, and Mr. Hunt, if we could get this in writing so that we can put it on our website.
And
Okay.
we're referring to specifically to 47 and 48 both?
Yes.
47 and 48. Okay, going on to open the public hearing on item number 49, discussion and possible action, adoption of the Mohave County Ordinance number 2016-08, amendment to the Mohave County Zoning Ordinance, Section 42B, definitions, Sections 42K4F and Sections 42K4G, off-premise signs, to allow changes to be made in freestanding sign definition and to allow for off-premises signs on water and fuel tanks, and to allow off-premise signs in the I-40 industrial area. I do not have anyone signed up to speak, so I'll close the public hearing and open this up for any discussion. Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve, seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, open the public hearing on item number 50, taxpayer comments on fiscal year 2016-2017 proposed budget and tax levy. Okay, I do not have anyone signed up to speak under this item. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak? Seeing none? Oh, here's a gentleman. Boy, you just got in there. I was about ready to close this, so please give us your name and address and...
My name's Ken Works. I live in Yucca, zip code 86438. The only thing I have to say about this is that I don't have any information on it. Taxpayers' comments on the proposed budget, well, I haven't seen the proposed budget in writing. I don't know what to say about it or think about it because I can't see it anywhere. Just like to let you know that that's why I don't have any comment on it. Thank you.
Okay, I believe it is posted on our website and it is available at the county offices, so. Okay, I'll close the public comments on this. There's no action necessary, so we can go on now to the regular agenda. Item number 51, sitting as the Board of Directors on the Mohave County Flood Control Districts. Discussion of possible action, Ray, approve maintaining a tax rate of .5000 per 100 assessed value for fiscal year 17. Coral Lloyd? Can you come up just in case anybody has any questions? And I doubt they do, but does the board have any questions for our finance director? Okay, I guess I called you up prematurely, but there's a few more to go, so I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Okay, moving on to item 52, sitting as Board of Directors for Mohave County Library District. Discussion possible action, Ray, approve maintaining a tax rate of .2236 per 100 of assessed value for fiscal year 17. Does anybody have any questions on this one for Coral Lloyd? Okay, do we have a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Okay.
I'll second those.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item number 53, sent into the Board of Directors for the Mohave County Television District. Discussion of possible action, Ray, approve maintaining a tax rate of .0200 per $100 of assessed value for fiscal year 2017.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Item number 54, discussion of possible action, Ray, approve maintaining the Holiday Shores Lighting District tax rate of .0176 per $100 of assessed value for year 17.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the Board of Supervisors will now recess from their regular meeting and convene into a special meeting pursuant to ARS 42-17105 for the final budget decision, discussions, and adoption. Okay, this is under Coral Lloyd. Number A, discussion of possible action, Ray, adoption of the Board of Supervisors Resolution Number 2016-090, thereby adopting the fiscal year 2016-2017 Mohave County budget with modifications if applicable. Okay.
I have a question, Ms. Lloyd, if Madam Chair.
Okay, Ms. Lloyd, Supervisor Johnson has a question.
Thank you. And I don't know if she can answer this or not, but one of the new initiatives that's coming forward is in the defense, legal services, indigent defense, and there's a reclass. Am I correct, this person makes 50-some thousand and we're giving them a $37,000 pay increase?
Correct. Correct. That's moving that position from its current classification up to a director position.
And so all of a sudden, they became that much more valuable to us?
Administrator.
Mr. Hendricks, can you explain that?
Well, I promised I wouldn't do that. Shut it off first, then pull it down. There we are. This person is a direct report to me. As you recall, we did something similar with our finance director, who also was a direct report to me. Throughout the state, this position is held by a variety of different people, but most generally it's held by attorneys. We don't do that. This individual takes care of all contract administration and contracts for indigent defense. And so he's directly responsible for about $1.5 million a year. He's been a direct result in saving the county a considerable amount of money. One of the things that I've discussed with you all is over the course of half of last year, and I anticipate by this coming year I'll have about 50% of my direct reports are going to be have been vacant or will be vacant. So I'm having extreme difficulty attracting and retaining qualified employees, and so that's my upper management structure. And my Blake Schroeder is part of my upper management structure and is doing an outstanding job. The raise that we're asking for him, he's already saved the county sufficient monies to cover that and then some. He's revamped the way we take a look at our juvenile defense contracts. He saved us about 20% since he started on juvenile defense. On overall indigent defense, he saved us about 20% also overall. So the amount of money that he saved will more than cover what we're paying him. What we're proposing is I had HR take a look at his position as it relates to the rest of the indigent defense administrators or directors in the county. HR did a classification review on this particular individual. They say the indigent defense administrator requires a minimum of a bachelor's degree and 3 years management experience or an equivalent combination of education, experience, and training, which would provide the required knowledge, skills, and abilities to meet the minimum qualifications. Blake Schroeder holds a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and political science, as well as a master's degree in criminal administration. He also has 5 years of management supervisor experience. However, he has extensive knowledge in the area of courts and criminal administration, policy design and implementation, court rules, and county policies. What HR recommended is that he be reclassified as a director position. When I hired Blake originally, I hired him at the very low end of the administrator schedule. And I believe he's, and I've also always believed for his performance in the county, he's severely underpaid. HR concurs and has recommended that he be placed at range 29 and be classified as a director. And we are only asking for him to be placed at a step 1, which is the beginning director position. So it's up to the board if they so choose to do this, but from an administrative standpoint and my desire to at least retain my most qualified individuals, I'm hoping the board takes this decision. In the event that Blake decides to leave the county for other opportunities, this action will allow me to better attract additional qualified people in the future. Thank you.
I guess, and I'm not here to talk about an employee at all. What I have a problem with is we advertised and hired somebody for $50,000 range. Now all of a sudden we're coming out and giving a 60-some% increase, and I don't believe HR did their job if this position was worth. I mean, I understand it's a job change, title change, you know, but if we needed somebody at whatever it is now, $80-some thousand, we should have hired somebody at $80-some thousand. That was on that one. The next one I have is on court automation. We're giving we're doing a improvement for reclass of an IT manager to we're giving a $1,451 pay increase. Are my numbers right? Does that now put the court administrator, IT director making more money than the county's IT director?
Do you have that detailed information? I believe that it's about the same.
Well, if we're doing this for some place that doesn't have that many computers, we have hired numerous people, and we gave just now a 60%, well, if it goes through, a 60% pay increase, and we have never adjusted the person that runs all the computers and touches every one of our lives. I don't understand why we're paying everybody else and not taking care of our own people.
And Madam Chairman, I couldn't agree with Supervisor Johnson more, just that we don't have our information together to address Nathan McDaniel. One of the things when Nathan was hired, same instance as when Blake was hired. He was hired, and based on his knowledge and experience, we hired him at the extreme low level of that position. And, you know, Nathan's proved to be one of our most valuable employees. What I was hoping is not only can we address Nathan sometime in the near future, this increase in the court administrator, or court IT person, will provide sufficient and additional justification so that the board can look at Nathan's position in the future with some confidence and be able to also increase that position.
Chairman Bishop, would you like me to, Supervisor Johnson, provide some feedback, or?
Very much
No,
so.
well, no, I don't need anything. Mine is to direct, is the fact that we have somebody who handles more IT functions than the position that you're filling, and I have a problem with why aren't we handling the person that we have? Not so much, you know what your person's worth, and I'm not arguing over that. I'm just saying, as a board, we should be looking at somebody that handles all of our stuff.
Yeah, you know, I agree with Administrator Hendricks. You know, I certainly ought to look at what Nathan's doing. We came forward with the proposal, we're, you know, this isn't general fund money that's being used to pay Kyle. This is part, when we came back and redid our fee structure and had that increase, this money is coming out of that. So just so you're aware, it's not coming out of general fund money, it's coming out of the fee money that was approved here by the board. But just to let you know, Kyle, who manages our IT, we felt he was working at a similar level as Nathan, and so we went through the PCQ process. We had it evaluated, again, through the HR, county HR, and the decision, you know, their report was, yeah, he's at a similar level. Kyle has to interact with the state AOC and deal with all of their IT. So while, you know, I don't know all of Nathan's duties, but Kyle does all of our probation employees, all of our Superior Court, all of our justice courts. So it's a huge organization as well. A lot of work that he has to do. And he obviously interacts with Nathan as well and other IT professionals throughout the state in the court system. So, you know, that's why we wanted to be reevaluated and looked at. And we certainly felt it was justified. And again, it went through the HR, county HR, did the process that's set up to evaluate. And as County Administrator Hendricks said, perhaps it would be an opportune time for you guys to look at Nathan as well. But again, funding for this is through the fee increase that was approved through the board.
Right. No, I was just looking at the comparison because one IT director is being moved up and ours has been there. We haven't done it, so it wasn't the courts. It was just brings it to my attention when I see somebody else going up and our person's not being handled.
I don't believe we're going over Nathan's. I believe it's probably a little less, but I don't know for sure.
Madam Chairman,
Mr. Hendricks.
one of the things, you know, we've got incredibly talented, incredibly valuable employees throughout the county. And from a county administrator perspective, you know, we desperately need to look at taking a look at all of our employees. And I say this with all sincerity, sometime in the very near future to, you know, compare them so that we can attract and retain the best. I think this organization and the people of Mohave County deserve to have the best. That's my firm belief, and that's what I always try to work for. I also know that if we lost individuals like Nathan or like Kyle, that we wouldn't be able to function. And, you know, that's a very real concern for me to have of the courts and a very real concern for me to have of Mohave County, because without them, we sit at the desk, we turn on the computers, they work. It's incredible, what they can do. Nathan's staff is probably 11 people, just barely a minimal staff, and they do incredible things, and they all deserve credit. But, you got to start someplace. Somebody has to be first, somebody has to be last. We got to provide mechanisms, and I hope I'm provided by the board with the tools to try to preserve this organization and keep it a top-notch organization. And that's some of the things that we're asking, the judge and the county court administrator are asking, that they're trying to preserve the quality of organization that they've been able to build for the Board of Supervisors. Anyway, thank you.
Chairman?
Thank you.
The last one I didn't have it on here to talk about, but Supervisor Moss brought it up earlier about, I don't believe we're hiring 14 new deputies. We're actually freezing 5 positions. You said we were hiring 14. You kind of caught me off guard on that one.
You would have to talk to the sheriffs to be sure, but my understanding is that we originally in June funded 19 positions. In lieu of taking 19 positions, the sheriff's department said they want to hire 14 positions and use the balance of 5 to give raises to the senior deputies, so they don't bring in 19 new employees and then have other employees on the other end leave. So they want to stop the bleeding, essentially. So we will, my understanding is we will actually be hiring, training, all the rest of it, 14 new deputies while giving raises to the senior deputies. But I think the sheriff's department would have to confirm that to be 100% accurate.
That's my understanding too, but we weren't adding 14 positions. I was confused when you said that. I thought, well, somehow we're adding 14 more, but we have the positions.
We have 75 current sworn law enforcement officers, and we're going to go to 89 sworn law enforcement officers.
That's all I had, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion?
Oh, I do have something. Excuse me. I was double-checking my mental math in my head to make sure I was correct in Supervisor Johnson's inquiry. I do have a question for the treasurer, if she has a second. I want to make sure we're all on the same page, and I didn't think I could do that during call to the public. So I think it's best to discuss it now.
I think we were out of time on call to the public.
We probably were, but it's but now we are discussing the budget, so we can talk about that. Going back to a proposal from the assessors to hire 2 part-time people and then cross-training with the recorders and the treasurers. I want to make sure we explore that to make sure that whatever differences we have, we can pinpoint those, as opposed to you talking at me and then I'm talking at somebody else. My recollection is you said earlier today that you would have 1 full-time employee in Bullhead and another full-time employee in Havasu during the high tax season. Is my memory correct on that?
2 weeks in October and 1 week in April. That's correct. That's in our budget. We just budget for 1 temporary employee that we bring here, and then we send a senior staff member to the other areas. And if the part-time positions, if that's an initiative that goes forward for the assessor's office, I think that we can work together and get maybe some kind of overtime for those 3 weeks, which would be really minimal if that's something that the board would want. We can bring a proposal to you.
Well, and that's what I was getting at, because I'm not sure that working out the parameters right now is the time that we'll have.
Absolutely not.
But it occurs to me, if the assessor is offering to cross-train with the treasurer and the recorder 2 part-time employees, and if 2 weeks in October, those 2 part-time employees were in Lake Havasu, so you would have essentially 2 employees from 8 to 5 there at all times, because you have the full-time, and then before lunch you have 1 part-timer, and after lunch you have a second part-timer, and then you do the same thing the following 2 weeks, or wherever you're going to do it in Bullhead City.
That would work.
You would have taken care of your concerns. So this cross-training option is something that we should not just let die on the vine. I think it's with something along those ideas that you and the assessor and the recorder should put your heads together and maybe come back to us in a month or 3.
Absolutely, and Assessor Fielder and I have discussed that, and I've also discussed that with one of the potential recorders. I don't know who's going to be the recorder, but yeah.
So things are in a bit in flux at the moment. Yes, I understand that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a question now that Mr. Moss has brought this up. You made a long speech this morning about my numbers being off, and In 16, you decreased your numbers in staffing. That was your choice. And you gave pay raises to your people. You made it sound like the board has been cutting you back. We didn't cut anybody back. When this treasurer's office pulled out of Bullhead and Lake Havasu, they kept the same amount of people. They just transferred them up there. I mean, some people had the option, if they didn't want to go there, they could retire. But that's not, we didn't say, no, we're cutting anybody's budget on that.
Can I reply?
Sure.
Please.
Jump right in.
Chairman Bishop, Supervisor Johnson. The 6 positions were offered back to our office. 2 of the people opted to come. The other 4 positions were frozen and then unfunded by finance. That was not a decision that the Treasury made.
And in 16, you reorganized and gave pay raises and got rid of positions.
In 16, I reorganized the entire office, and it wasn't a pay raise necessarily. It was an escalation in positions, because what I had was office assistants and office assistant seniors, and that was it. And we've added layers into that so that we could have a higher level of personnel, because we are required right now to do that, because we've brought all the banking in-house, we process all the payments in-house. We also needed people that were higher level to be able to use our computer system. And yes, that necessitated the money that we had, and we came in under budget as it was, because I hire at the very lowest level I possibly can. I want to retain employees as well, and that was the way that I saw fit. Yes, one of those positions I gave back, and that was intentional so that we could have higher level people in the office. Absolutely.
And also, when we talk about, you're pretty free with the word that you're required to have 2 people there. That is something that Bob Prince pulled out of his.
That actually is, and correct me if I'm wrong, cash procedures under UMACT, or is it UMACT or GASB?
I'm not sure, but it's from a practical point of view, like in Bullhead, I'm sorry, in Bullhead, the office that's open now because they volunteered, we have other people there, even though they're not county treasurer employees, so we can get by with just one. Where we were worried was previously in the Bullhead office, and even in Lake Havasu, there were single individuals in those offices, and there wasn't anybody else around. That's a security issue. That's the point. So wherever we end up in these satellite offices, if there's other employees available, even if they're not county, even if they're not treasury employees, then we're okay with that.
And can I clarify that also? They are not counting money for us. Mohave Electric Cooperative has a cash cage that is locked, and we keep our own drawer. What they do is stand over and make sure that the person that's counting is counting correctly, counts with them, and it's called dual cash control. And that's something that we do in the private sector, and it's generally accepted accounting principles that you always have 2 people when you're talking about cash. And that's something that we do in this office, and I would expect to do in any office that we're in. You just don't have, and we mentioned the numbers last year, and I was completely uncomfortable with that. We're talking about tens of thousands, up to $100,000 of cash. It's not like we're talking about the recorder collecting $2 fees. This is a lot of money, and there is a concern.
Right, but we have other departments in the county, and I don't think they're probably taking in that kind of money. They do not have to have 2 people on site for it. I'm just saying that's not a requirement by anybody. That might be something somebody would like to have, seeing 2 people sitting around. But the majority of your money, I'm guessing, comes in the form of checks, and I haven't seen anybody robbing the treasurer's office anywhere in the United States, as long as I can look back on.
Well,
that's all. I just wanted.
Okay.
Boss brought it up, so it gave me an opening.
It's a dual cash control issue. Generally accepted accounting principles.
Well, I'm glad we still accept cash, so thank you very much,
Thank you.
Treasurer Cox. Okay. Are there any other comments or questions? Supervisor Angus, do you have anything? Supervisor Moss?
No, thank you. And I want to thank Treasurer Cox for her time and input.
Supervisor Watson, do you have anything else?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve item A of this special meeting pursuant to ARA Section 42-17105 for the final budget discussions and adoptions.
Second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 4-1 with Supervisor Johnson opposed. Okay, Board of Supervisors will now adjourn from this special meeting and resume the regular meeting. And then we'll go on to item number 55. Discussion of possible action, approve the dissolution of the Mohave County Investment Oversight Committee effective immediately and set routine reporting frequency. So this is under the name of our treasurer. So Cindy, if you could come back up. Okay, do you want to give us a quick summary of this?
The treasurer's office was put into a position where the board decided that there needed to be an investment oversight committee, and I believe that was a 2-to-1 vote. Supervisor Johnson voted against it because he, at that time, had told me that he believed that officials are governed by the law and the treasurer has the right to run the office, and we have very specific statutes that we have to adhere to for investing. One of the things that the Oversight Committee did was establish an investment policy and plan for this county, which I wrote in 2008 when I was here, and then it was adopted in 2009 after I was gone. They also hired an investment advisor, which we continually use and have subsequently renegotiated the dollar amount that we pay, so we have paid less on an annual basis for the last 4 years since I've been here. And I don't plan on changing that, and it was a 5-member board, and it was the director of OMB, the county manager at that time, and the director of accounting, of finance, sorry, and myself and my chief deputy. And now, because there is no OMB, it's 4 of us, and we get together and we virtually have decided we don't really have much to discuss. We invest in the same thing that we've invested in for the last 4 years. I don't think that we have the issues that we had when this was set up. I have no problem discussing anything with any of the board. In fact, I would like to bring, I was considering a semi-annual report to the board, a presentation of where we're at financially. It actually is on my website every single month now. All of our bonds that we own, every investment that we have. It's a little bit different, and part of that also is the fact that I'm the first treasurer in this county to have a finance degree and a master's degree and have 30 years of experience as an accountant in the world, and also have a chief deputy who used to be a CPA. And also, between the two of us, I think we have 70 years of experience handling investments in finance. So I understand the reason that the Investment Oversight Committee was established, but I feel that it did what it was necessary to do, and County Administrator Hendricks and also Director of Finance Lloyd concurred, and that was what was discussed in the meeting, the last meeting that we had.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions for the treasurer?
I don't have any questions, but, I always felt more comfortable having this investment oversight committee. Just having that kind of a sweater to put on, kind of when it's kind of cold, knowing that you're not going to go down to Laughlin and throw 5 on a Hardway 8. But if you insist that it's not needed, I'll listen to that, but I still feel a little bit leery.
Well, and can I hope I can calm your fears a little bit. One of the things that I have done, and I hope that you've noticed that I've done, is any kind of changes that we have made in any investment policy, I have brought to the board. When we decided that we were going to go ahead and invest in certificates of deposit, which are legal for us to do under the law, in our investment plan, we had decided we were going to bring $1 million to Mohave County. I came to you after I went to the Investment Oversight Committee and said, what do you guys think? And they went, yeah, let's do this. And I came to you and I let you know. And I don't have any intention of doing anything other than that. That's my job, and just as an attorney is held to a higher standard in a court of law because they should know, I'm held to a higher standard because I'm an accountant. I should know. That's how I see it.
I understand, and
Okay.
the reason
And I get
felt-
what you're saying.
Yeah, and the reason that comfort level, and I trust, believe me, I trust you fully, Treasurer, but having experience with two prior treasurers, this was a very good idea when we put it together,
Absolutely. I agree.
and I just was questioning why we needed to disband it at all.
I think that the majority of the reason is that we get together, my chief deputy and I get together with our investment group more often than the investment oversight committee gets together, and they have to make an extra trip down here for the investment oversight committee. And Director of Finance Lloyd and Mr. Hendricks have said, yeah, this stuff is kind of like Greek to me, GSEs, what are you guys talking about? So it's not that they don't know and they can't understand it, it's just that the level that we already have available to us, and the fact that we are going over this stuff on a regular basis, and I'd like to bring that to you, if that's acceptable to you. And as I said, otherwise, it's on my website every single month, and that wasn't the case before. The investments were never transparent prior to my administration, so.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, for sure she's not just complaining about an engineer.
I move that we approve item 55 of the agenda.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0 unanimously. I think we are in need of a 5-minute break, so we'll take a recess and be back at 1 o'clock. That's your 10-second warning. Okay, I'd like to call this meeting back to order and reconvene. We'll go on to item number 56, discussion of possible action. Ray, approve the compromise proposal for the delinquent taxes for 286 of the 311 parcels included in the contract for deed, with the owner being Freeman. Cindy Landa Cox. This one sounds interesting.
I've been busy. I had a taxpayer that came to me, and in the letter that I wrote to you, he had asked in 2014 that I bring all of his parcels to you and ask for tax compromise on all of them. And what I had said to him was, he does not buy to hold, he buys to sell. He's an investor. So I said, I'll tell you what I'll do. If you have a contract for sale of these parcels, I will bring your proposal to the board. They can do with it what they want. That is their decision. It's not something that I can do. However, since then I've found out that treasurers have done that in the past. It's not something that I have found that's in my purview, nor that I have statutory authority over. That's something the board decides to do. So this was in 2014. He had sold a lot of parcels, and he offered a settlement. I believe it was $40,000 on an $80,000 tax bill. Now he has a $130,000 tax bill, and he's offering $20,000. And as you can see from the contract, he's getting $26,000 or $28,000 down on the contract for deed, and he is taking a 10-year loan on it, and his payout, one second and I'll get there. His initial payout, I think, is $27,000, and I've already told him that out of these 311 parcels, 25 of them sold at the tax lien sale. So there's no way that I would even bring that to you to ask you to do anything with that. That those individual lien holders, the districts have already gotten their money, and he owes the lien holder. And he's quite aware of that, and that's about $14,000 to $15,000 right now, and he's willing to pay that off and give the $20,000 to free up these 311 parcels. So when I said in my letter that I recommend that you look at it and make your decision based on the facts. So that's all I was saying. I wanted to bring it to you because I was asked to bring it to you.
Let me make sure I understand this.
Sure.
He wants to be rewarded for poor investment decisions?
I'm not real sure.
All right.
Madam Chair, may I ask,
Supervisor Johnson.
can I have the assessor step forward and answer? I think I had the same concerns that probably the rest of the board does.
Yeah, what a sweet deal. I want the
Investment,
same deal.
made, but
Yeah.
I know this will affect the assessor's office and how you do things. Can you tell us any thoughts you might have on this?
I didn't quite hear you, Buster.
Can you give me any thoughts that you might have on this? I mean, I know that through the assessor's office, this kind of affects.
Yes, I will give you a little bit of a background. I would characterize this as a paper subdivision. It's located north of Pierce Ferry Road. It's west of Greg's Hideout Road. It has approximately 590 some parcels in it. It's had 94 sales, 94 parcels have sold in the last 10 years. I would tell you that Mr. Freeman sold 4 parcels in 2014. The lowest price he got was $4,950. The highest was $9,999. The median sales were $5,000. So I think the assessor's office has plenty of sales evidence that would support the values that we've placed on these properties. The fact that the taxpayer chooses not to pay his taxes, that's his decision. However, he is selling properties from time to time. Now, there are periods of time where there are very few sales, but in 14, there were 7 parcels sold, 13, There were 3 parcels sold, et cetera. So there is activity there. Does that answer your question, Supervisor?
Yes, thank you. I had no idea you'd have that much information, but yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I explained it very well, though. Thank you.
Any other questions for the assessor?
Here's your question.
Yes.
I knew you would have questions.
Well, I'd make a motion to deny.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by, to deny, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. Okay, items number 57A and B were pulled, and going on to item number 58, discussion of possible action, Ray, approve legislative proposals for Mohave County 2016 legislative program. Shouldn't that be 2016? I think that might be a typo.
16, 17?
Right.
Madam Chair, this is just the schedule, right? That's what I saw in the backup. It just tells us when it has to be done and when everything comes forward.
Actually, there's 2 proposals, 2 legislative proposals. One's groundwater task force, and the other one is mandated attorney services for juvenile dependency matters.
Madam Chairman?
Hendricks, go ahead.
One of the proposals of groundwater task force is proposed by Public Works Steve Letowski for board consideration. The other proposal regarding groundwater also is proposed by Supervisor Moss. So if the chairman would allow, I'd like to ask Steve Letowski to come up and tell the board why you all should support his proposal and speak a little bit about it.
Yes.
Thank you, County Administrator Hendricks. Madam Chair, members of the board, this particular legislative proposal targets groundwater resource management through a new and innovative discretionary program. The program is titled the Arizona Property Development Credit Program, whereby this proposal, just the proposal alone, seeks to establish a groundwater task force to study and develop the program. So the proposal itself lays out more or less a framework, but not the actual particulars of how a program would be specifically carried out. But in the context of the legislative proposal, the program will deliver privately driven development of conservation areas critical to hydrological and ecological resource sustenance in exchange for new opportunity to develop high-density land uses in areas deemed conducive to such development under the program and local government authority. So in essence, it's completely driven by private property owners and their participation. Should the program actually be considered and a task force appointed, we would anticipate the task force primarily focus on defining what an Arizona property development credit represents. It would most likely be a separate estate in land, as private property owners would then have the option under the program's rules, and we do anticipate that this would be administered primarily at the local government level under the program's rules to have the ability to obtain credits for redemption, sale, etc., transfer in the open market for purposes of enabling higher density land development by giving up acreage of land that would be held as a conservation easement, quite frankly, by a local government agency. So it basically is just the initial work would be to get it off the ground by designating a task force to study.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions of Director Lekowski? Supervisor Moss.
No, I just wanted to thank him because I think information gathering, which this is mostly about, is a good thing, especially with the groundwater issues we're facing today.
Mr. Hendricks.
Madam Chairman, I was mistaken when I first introduced Steve and said the second legislative proposal was Supervisor Moss's proposal. He's got that agendized underneath his name later on. We do have a second staff legislative proposal. It was a similar staff proposal as was submitted last year regarding juvenile dependency, and if the chairman would allow, I'd like to ask Blake Schroeder to come up and speak before the board and tell you why you should support his proposal.
And I have to thank the county administrator because I was out there looking for my fourth proposal that you were referencing. I was like, I knew I had three.
My apologies.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors. This is the third time we've submitted this proposal to ask for financial assistance from the legislature. Last year, we came incredibly close to accomplishing this goal, thanks to the assistance from CSA and our state reps, especially Representative Cobb. At the end of the day, these dependency costs, including contract and staff attorneys, are a $1.5 million annual liability for the county, all as a result of the state restructuring the child welfare system. I've spoken with Representative Cobb. We're both eager to fight this fight again, and as we continue to bring it to other legislators' awareness, I believe we will be successful. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you.
All I can say is good luck, and third time's a charm, and
Let's hope. Thank you.
I hope it gets through.
Madam Chair, I would move that we approve the two staff-originated legislative proposals for inclusion with our CSA legislative program.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous approval. Going on to item number 59, discussion of possible action, Ray, direct staff to draft a letter for the chairman's signature requesting the director of ADWR to take whatever actions are necessary to make the determination or designating the Hualapai Valley Aquifer as an INA area in accordance with Arizona Revised Statutes, Title 45, Article 3. Supervisor Moss, I'll let you start out with this.
Yes, I will first give some information so we can have the background here for discussion, and then I'll turn it over to County Administrator Hendricks to fill in the blanks. When it comes to an INA, what it does is it protects existing farm uses, but it does not allow additional agriculture and wells unless the aquifer can bear that burden. It does not have any impact on residential well users or those who have small farms, less than 10 acres. It's more for the larger farmers. The INA, which is currently before the board, would only apply to the Hualapai Valley Aquifer, which is, I believe, just north of Kingman in the surrounding area. It has nothing to do with the various other aquifers that are about Mohave County. It has nothing to do with surface water. The reason I put it out there is we already have two large farming operations going on, which is drawing on that aquifer. The word that I'm getting from various sources, and I think we've seen a few of these things come before us when it comes to pecan farms and things of that nature, is that more and more agriculture will be moving into that area. A year or two back, we had a meeting, and I believe it was Mr. Vega who presented us some of this information, as well as the reports from the federal U.S. Geographic Service, I believe. I could be wrong as to the federal agency's name, that said that depending on which data sets you were looking at and the rate of increase, that the Hualapai Aquifer, which feeds Kingman, would eventually be in some distress within 30 to 70 years. To put it in terms of people who may be watching, that means my grandchildren will be experiencing this, and I may be around to see it. So I would like to do what we can to explore options to prevent, or at least it won't prevent the extraction of water as it's currently go down, but it would slow the rate of loss to buy time for the city of Kingman and the residents of the city of Kingman when it comes to this particular aquifer, to give us more time, whether it's this board or successive boards, more time to figure out how do we solve this problem, because Kingman's a huge part of the Mohave County economy and it needs to be protected, and to protect it we need to protect the water. So that is why I put it on the agenda, and if County Administrator Hendricks would have anything to add to it, I'd be more than willing to entertain those discussions. I will say this, that just because we approach ADWR with this problem doesn't mean they do anything with it. Correct. This is just us saying we think we have a problem. Please do your due diligence with the information you have available, because our due diligence indicates that we could be in a jam. So.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chairman, I just want to make sure that I state what the consequences of establishing an INA are. But before I do that, one of the consequences conceivably of not establishing an INA is that our water quantity due to the agricultural uses in our area may conceivably be drastically reduced. Let's say, for an example, if we have 150 years of water supply at the current use without counting the agriculture that's being proposed or that has entered into Mohave County takes that up by a factor of 10. So that 150 years turns into 15 years. So it's something that I think is important to all of us. And it's something that I'm glad Supervisor Moss has proposed and that the board is considering. It's a very proactive step. Like Supervisor Moss said, however, it's difficult. It's very difficult to get the director of Arizona Department of Water Resources to declare an INA. There are only 2 INAs in the state currently, and he just declined to declare one in 2015 because the test for declaring an INA is a fairly stringent test. If the director declares an area to be an irrigation non-expansion area, that means that any acreage 2 acres or larger would not be able to be irrigated. And only those acreages that have been irrigated in the previous 5 years would be grandfathered, or those acreages that have made substantial investments such as wells and other things would be able to be irrigated. The other consequence of an INA would be that any wells that are larger than 35 gallon per minute would necessarily have to be monitored and that information provided to the state. And there's stiff penalties for not doing that. So that's another consideration. But that weighed with a drastic increase in the quantity of water and the amount of years that are left in our aquifer makes it important to at least try to address. And with that, Supervisor Moss gave a very good characteristic on the whys. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
If I can add, Madam Chairman, I think County Administrator Hendricks touched upon this. The INA is not a good thing because it will, in some ways, stifle water usage going on in the future. It's anti-capitalistic, et cetera. And it could, in some ways, and so because of that, in some ways, it could be harmful to the growth in this half of Mohave County. The problem is, as I see it, that if we don't do anything, there's an even bigger poison pill waiting down the line. So we're looking at 2 cups of poison, one which will make us really sick and the other which will just kill us outright. And so with that characterization, I think we should take the poison cup that's going to make us sick as opposed to eventually killing Kingman. So that's it's not a good thing. I'm not sitting up here saying, do the INA, it's the greatest thing ever. It's a Band-Aid on a bleeding wound, I'll put it that way.
That's true, and we do have several people that would like to speak on this subject, but just remember, the INA statute was one written by farmers for farmers, so, but at least this agenda item gets the ball rolling.
Yes.
And it alerts future investors that there may not be water in Mohave County if things are allowed to continue. So right now, there's more known about oil reserves than water, so calculating what remains in aquifers is extraordinarily difficult. Depleted groundwater is a slow-speed crisis, but I'd like to also include Golden Valley aquifers in this crisis. I think the farms out there are also a concern, so I'd like Golden Valley to be added to all future discussions. And in meeting with our representatives, Sonny Borelli and Gina Cobb, they have told us that they'll be able to meet with legislative experts when they go back to Phoenix and draft up a bill and we can do some emergency things right now, but I think the answer is with our legislators at the state level.
And that's item 60. I had some ideas to take to our legislatures because in things of this nature, we need to plan A, B, C, D, and E. You just can't rely on one arrow. You got to have multiple arrows.
Right, right. Okay, I'll call up the first speaker, Jeannie Kench. Okay. The next speaker then will be Jennifer Jones. Give us your name and address. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Jones, candidate for the Arizona House of Representatives. My current address is La Posa North, LTVA, and Quartzsite. My future address is Golden Valley, since the seller accepted our offer. So I am moving into District 4 in 2017, and I have a vested interest in this issue. This morning on the Gary Sheeler radio show, Regina Cobb, our current representative, expressed that she is against an INA. Over the campaign trail in the last 3 months and in previous Republican debates, I have heard Representative Borelli state repeatedly that water law is too complicated, involves too many attorneys and too many agencies for him to deal with this. I don't put a lot of stock in the fact that both of them, A, will get reelected, or that they will do something they have failed to accomplish in the last 2 years.
Ms. Jones, if you could just keep this to the item on the agenda and leave politics out of it.
Yes, Madam Chairman, I am.
Thank you.
I am here today to say that I support an INA for this particular aquifer, and it is not without some trepidation, because no one has fought harder for private property rights and for the ability to do what you want to do on your own property. And since this will now include me in Golden Valley going forward, again, I have a vested interest in this. You know, there's not very many people on small farms that pump 35 gallons a minute or more. My fiance was north of Kingman recently, in the last probably 3 weeks, on an ATV, and he took a photograph that alarmed me greatly. There's about a 10-inch pipe sticking out of an agricultural farm north of Kingman over this aquifer, which has nothing stopping it from, literally the water is pouring out, creating a river and a lake, and it's not being used for even agricultural purposes. So the idea that perhaps that person should be monitoring that well is important. Most importantly, however, is protecting the water for the little guy, because it doesn't really matter how many years worth of water you have if the water level continually drops to the point at which the average person with a well has their well run dry, their property devaluated, and they can't afford to go deeper where a larger corporation would. So having reviewed the specific details of an INA for this particular application, and possibly for the Golden Valley aquifer as well, because the only tree farm in Golden Valley recently had to close because their well went dry, and he's now hauling water to water the last trees that he has left. So I don't think there's any more important issue that we can deal with, and although this is not a perfect solution and the legislature will need to do other things going forward, I do believe that it is an appropriate first step in this particular application, and I thank you very much for your time.
Okay, our next speaker is Mr. John or Brad Lyons. Could you please get the correct pronunciation of your name and your address, please?
John Lines,
Oh, that's right.
and I go by Brad.
Okay, Brad.
But,
The floor is yours for 3 minutes.
I live out on North Stockton Hill, 2798 Callier, Lucero. I have a private well, and I've been a part of the ADWR meetings. I was here last month, and they're going to have another one this month. I'll be there. I don't have a lot more to say about it. I had my say last month, but what she just got done talking about is exactly the way I feel. The ball is long overdue and rolling. We've got to do something, and so this is something, and we need to get the ADWR involved in this. Whether they did it, have passed INAs in the past, it doesn't matter now, because now we're in a whole new era of out-of-country money coming in and all over the state. We're under siege right now, and so if we don't do something, it's totally irresponsible. And I know you guys all believe that, and I know I'm just here to witness the vote, and I know you'll vote the right way.
Thank you very much. Mr. Robert, you guys are hurting me with these last names. Fenwick, is that what it is? Oh, it's an N. I thought it was a J.
Mr. Fenwick.
If you'd give us your name and address for the record?
Robert Fenwick,
I live at 10452 North Deer Springs Road, which is on the west side of Long Mountain out there where they're farming. It was good to see the Sunday paper and know the Board of Supervisors have come to grips with the fact that we have a water problem. What is being proposed now is too little, too late. Getting in an AMA or any other program is not going to stop what is going on at Red Lake. They are grandfathered in and they will pump until it is gone to make hay to send to China or Saudi Arabia. This is a fuzzy feel-good thing. It's not going to stop what's going on at Red Lake. In Texas, a small town took the farmers to court over the water use from the river that they both shared. The court sided with the people in the town, saying the needs of the people come first. Don't say we can't go to court over this. We go to court over which bathroom to use. We go to court over the air in footballs. And we go to court, last but not least, how much ice is in your Starbucks latte. If you do not put a stop to this, your time frame for the water to run out in 30 to 70 years is just about right. The only big problem I see with that is we need water forever, not just 50 years. People are not going to settle here or open a business when the water is going to run out. So much for growth. Instead of growth, we will be a 21st century ghost town. The most precious thing we have out here in our desert is our water. And always remember, once it's gone, you will never get it back. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Colin Smith. Is there a Colin Smith? Okay, we'll pass on that, and Amanda Kaufman is up.
Good afternoon, Amanda Kaufman, 6615 East Flagmine Road. I signed up for 59 and 60, I just need once. I am an owner of Brown Drilling, so somebody out there is going to claim conflict of interest. But where I stand on it personally, and even as Brown Drilling, Moss touched on it, this is not going to affect domestic wells. We don't want it to affect stock wells for cattle and wildlife and things of those nature. And it was touched on about, I don't even remember the state, Texas, the people sued and the people won. And knowing today's avenues that we have available to us, there's really nothing we can do right now except make our voices heard, which is what we're trying to do here. I don't know if we as a county, I haven't gone through the state regs enough to know what is regulated and not. I don't know if we as a county can come up with methods, approved methods for irrigation. I understand withdrawing the actual groundwater is regulated, but how they use it on the surface, if the county is allowed to regulate that or not, saying you need to have direct burial irrigation versus sprinkler irrigation, that might help some kind of conservation approach to it. I'm that personal property right person. I own the property. I want to do whatever I can within it. But I also understand there's needs of the people as well. And when you come to a natural resource and there's only so much of it, if that is so, that does need to consider. And if the county does need to go down the road of suing the state for the right to manage our water as we see fit, anything we do is going to have a lengthy turnaround. So maybe the quickest thing possible would be to look at the state regs to see, can we regulate how irrigation is performed versus do whatever. Agriculture exemptions, we were just talking about it, they're exempted from building codes. I don't know if irrigation systems are considered building codes. Something to look at, something to think about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that concludes our speakers on this item. Is there any further discussion?
If I can add that Ms. Kaufman was dead on, so thank you. And also, Mr. Fezwick was correct. This is not going to solve the problem. It will delay the day of reckoning, is what it will do.
And we have some experience with lawsuits and water issues with the Planet Ranch.
My understanding, Arizona's water law is completely different than all the other 49 states because we distinguish between surface water and groundwater. In other states, you have riparian rights, non-riparian rights, and you go up and down to see who's a higher user versus a lower user. None of that applies in Arizona. We're a very weird duck. A lot of what's being talked about will require changes in the legislature. But again, we have to buy time, and this would help buy time to get some of those changes made.
Mm-hmm. I like your analogy, a duck without water. There's a quote for the Kingman Daily Miner.
And
All
Madam
right.
Chairman, I might could answer a part of Amanda's, Ms. Kaufman's question. I did pose it to ADWR. I said regarding an INA, if an INA is declared, is subsurface irrigation exempt? You know, could it be exempted? And they said no. It doesn't matter how it's irrigated. The INA is dependent on acreage alone, and that whether or not that acreage has been irrigated in the 5 years previous, and if it's over 2 acres in size, and they do declare an INA, regardless of how it's irrigated, any future agricultural irrigation would be prohibited.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, I'll entertain a motion then.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve that staff is to draft a letter for the chairman's signature requesting the director of the Arizona Department of Water Resources to take whatever actions are necessary to make the determination on designating the Wallapai Valley Aquifer an irrigation non-expansion area in accordance with the Arizona Revised Statute, Title 45, Article 3.
All second for discussion?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, I would like to have the Golden Valley, all of the aquifers in Mohave County part of this.
I would not be opposed to that. My concern is, one is human resources at the ADWR. If we throw more than one aquifer at them at a time, I fear that we'll go to the very end of the line and we won't get anything done in a timely fashion. Secondly, I believe from some of the conversations we've been having, because we retained counsel at one point regarding the Red Lake and some activity that was going up there, that our status of knowledge on that area is much higher than it is in some other areas. And so when it comes to the county staff putting together a Wallapai Basin letter, we could, I think, go out fairly rapidly. I'm not opposed to doing what you're suggesting, but I think maybe we should stagger the times. Let's get the one out that I think we're fairly close to getting ready to go on and bring up the other aquifers once we get the ADWR's response on this one, because I think we increase our chances of them saying no if we drop 3 on them as opposed to dropping 1 on them.
Okay, I do understand that, and I know Golden Valley is not as critical as the Red Lake area.
But I would like to do it. I would just say I think there's a process we should follow, and I think our
Yeah, I
best
just wanna make
chance is the
sure that
Wallapai Basin.
I don't want the other aquifers to be left out of this in time, so.
And I would be very much willing to support additional aquifer review and submittal to the ADWR once we get to that point.
Madam Chairman?
Mr. Hendricks.
If the board so chose, let me preface this by there is some threat on the Sacramento Valley Aquifer based on the existing farming that Mr. Rhodes is doing out there in the area and the potential to increase the acreage out there. So if the board wanted to consider, I could ask staff to draft up 2 separate and distinct letters, one for the Sacramento and one for the Wallapai, and get those submitted. I would also get the board's permission to share those letters with some of the other counties that are experiencing similar issues.
Madam Chair, I would actually then amend my motion to ask for 2 separate letters, one dealing with the Wallapies and the other dealing with Sacramento, each to go out as soon as they are prepared and ready, so they don't have to wait to go at the same time.
And the second is amended also.
Okay, great. I like the sound of that. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Going on to item number 60, discussion on possible action, Ray, approve the following items for discussion with CSA with the intent of CSA drafting and supporting legislation for the purpose of, number 1, local government standing on surface water transfers, and number 2, restoring ADWR's power to deny a drill card in the groundwater areas if it's in the public interest, whether defined under a safe yield or water adequacy or depletion, etc. standard. And 3, requiring that the request for a drill card in groundwater areas be simultaneously submitted to the local government for review and possible concurrence or objection.
This goes to actually Ms. Kaufman's and Mr. Kedgwick's statements that the INA is not the solution. These are steps in that direction. On the first proposal, local government cannot sue on surface water transfers. We can't have any say whatsoever, and that's based upon the Arizona Supreme Court decision that interpreted 2 allegedly ambiguous statutes, because if either one of those 2 allegedly ambiguous statutes had been interpreted differently, we would have had standing. So this is to correct that. And for the folks who are viewing, that's essentially the Planet Ranch case, where we tried to preserve the private ownership of water within Mohave County and not have it put over for government use. So we can correct that via legislative fix, and that's number 1. Whether it's a new statute or whether it's just clarifying one or both of those allegedly 2 ambiguous statutes, doesn't really matter, but there requires a legislative fix if we're going to have standing to intervene. And when I say we, it's county, it's city, it's local government is going to have the standing to intervene if a surface water transfer may imperil privately held water supplies. The second issue is related, second and third is related, both involve groundwater, which is different. Right now, if you submit a request for a drill card to ADWR, essentially they can't tell you no. So they can pump and pump and pump. They just want to make sure they can track where the drill card is at. There is no public interest analysis, and there's no input from local government. So what 2 does is say that if someone submits for a drill card from an area which is potentially imperiled, 1, local government gets notified, and 2, both the local government and ADWR would be able to undertake a public interest analysis to see whether or not water supplies are being imperiled. In other words, if someone wanted to expand farming in the Wallapai Valley aquifer, they would have to go to ADWR and us, get their drill card. We'd have to see whether that would hurt any other users, and we would get a chance to have input. We don't currently have that. So it would be a change to existing law, so we could sue over the bathroom if we needed to, and actually have a chance of winning. And I think, and this is just my personal policy, and I believe the board shares this, that's why we fought Planet Ranch so hard, is that local government, which is the government closest to the people, should absolutely be entitled on the benefit to the benefit of their voters, to the protection of their voters, to conduct a public interest analysis, as opposed to watching communities be bled dry. I know La Paz County is suffering this right now. We're going to suffer this someday, so we're trying to get ahead of the curve. This is not something that's unique to us, but I think this will help fix it.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Angus?
Yeah, just as an administrative, is this separate than the CSA summit? You don't want to do this through the...
It would go into the CSA packet. It
It'll
just got
go in.
agendized
Oh, okay.
differently.
Okay,
Because I think by the time I submitted, it was outside staff's timeframes, but inside supervisor timeframes. So they got agendized differently.
What is the
Basically,
deadline?
they're the same.
Okay.
We would have 6 submittals or 5 submittals to CSA. I'd also like to consider that maybe we can add a 4th, which is to seek permission that local government can control the method of irrigation, which Ms. Kaufman suggested. Get that clarified, because that may help us also down there. So I don't know if we can do that. I'll have to leave that to Attorney Ekstrom. But throwing a fourth in there regarding giving local governments some control over method of irrigation, as long as it does not impact agriculture, might be a benefit to us also.
I believe we're just submitting these to CSA, so I don't think it had anything to do with, it's not a decision we're making today to formalize anything. So just because it wasn't agendized, I think we can still vote on it.
Okay. Mr. Hendricks, did you want to add something?
I recall Supervisor Moss also discussing something along the lines of taxation authority regarding usage. And did you want to include that?
We had submitted that actually, I think, 2 years ago. I suggested that wells above a certain acreage, which was going to result in the export of water outside the local area, could be subject to a pump tax so that we could utilize those monies to develop alternative water supplies for the local area that was being missed.
And Madam Chairman, Supervisor Moss, one of the things that I would suggest is to try to make that because we don't know where we lie within state law, if you wanted to move in that direction, try to make it as broad as possible. We don't know whether we can, the counties, it's my understanding, have broad taxing authority over lands and land uses. Whether, to try not to limit that discussion to a single item, possibly make it as broad as possible so that we can explore all options.
I would not be opposed to that, especially in relation to groundwater supplies, but I would not be opposed to that at all.
Okay, and I would like either you or Director Hendricks to explain to the audience why all 5 Board of Supervisors members cannot go to the water meetings and represent Mohave County as a group with the open meeting laws and with your Supervisor Moss, your experience and expertise and as an attorney and water committees you're on and stuff.
I won't give legal advice because that's Bill's job, but I will say my personal experiences in that if all 3 or more supervisors show up and we happen to have a conversation, all it takes is an accusation that we discussed county business and all 3 of us are being crucified, or at least we're locked into a 2-year-long lawsuit trying to say that we were just discussing the Diamondback games. We weren't discussing rules, and that's why only 1 or 2 can go at a time. And that's frequently why we as a board, we delegate to each member. Like Gary does a lot of legislative stuff, and Buster does a lot of ACO stuff, and you do your thing, and Hildy does her thing. And we have jobs to do on the board. And when it comes to, just not a supervisor, you're also A, B, C, D down the line with different boards and committees. So that's why all of us don't show up, because we don't want our opponents, whether it's in the state government or elsewhere, creating additional issues that we'd have to expend resources on.
And this all started with the Planet Ranch issue, and it was close to your area and
Yes.
Supervisor Angus and Supervisor Johnson. So anyway, I just wanted to clarify that because there's been some questions as to why all supervisors aren't as involved as others. So thank you.
I think the board as a whole gives us permission for 1 or 2 to get involved, and then we give permission for 1 or 2 others to get involved in other things.
Absolutely. Work as a team. Okay, if there's no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve item 60 of the agenda, together with the additions of local government control over the method of irrigation, and secondly, the consideration of a pump tax.
Supervisor Watson.
I'll second the motion, but if we can include all possible taxing revenues.
I'll amend that motion to include all possible taxing revenue for the development of alternative water supplies.
Thank you.
Okay.
Second.
All right, motion is second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Okay, unanimous passing. Okay, item number 61, discussion and possible action, Ray, restrictions on feeding the burros along county highways. We have one person that's signed up to speak on this, so Jennifer Jones, we'll let you go first. Name and address again, please, and you have 3 minutes.
Jennifer Jones, La Posa North, LTVA Quartzsite. I support anything that keeps boroughs from coming to the road and creating problems. As I'm sure some of you might be aware, I have covered some borough issues in my newspaper, the Cibola Trigo Roundup in La Paz County, and the issue with the Parkway in Bullhead. And I've done a bit of research on this. Boroughs are going to go where there's food or water, and that's about the only time they really cause problems, when they come into contact with the public. I've been up here campaigning for about almost 3 months now, I guess it is, and I have yet to see the elusive magical borough. I did see 3 cows, free-range cattle coming back from the Republican picnic Saturday. I'm looking for those boroughs. I see the signs. I think the signs are very effective because they do remind people, hey, you're driving, pay attention. You know, the borough is trying to get to the water. I think that's been part of the problem in Bullhead City, is that the boroughs are trying to get to water, but they also try and get to food. The only thing that I was curious about is it does say county highways, and I was concerned about the fact that it says Oatman Highway. When I go to Oatman, I was there all day on the 4th of July talking to the business owners about the borough issue, some being in favor of doing more and some being in favor of leaving things as they are, but I wanted to get their take on it and spend some time with the boroughs to more further enlighten myself on this particular issue. So I would be concerned that whatever wording would not affect the tourists feeding the appropriate borough food on what may or may not be. I don't know if Oatman Highway is technically a county highway. If maybe you could clarify that for me. But there is, and I'm also very excited to tell you that once I move onto this property, I'm looking to adopt a couple and take them off your hands. I said I would, and I mean it. If I say I'm going to do it, I actually do. So I'm very excited about being a new borough owner in 2017, hopefully. But also, I did want to state that my research indicates that the Lake Havasu herd may be in decline, and so check with the appropriate authorities, because perhaps maybe some can be shifted. It appears that that herd has been in decline for a while. But I think that it's good to discourage people from feeding the boroughs in appropriate places, and I just wanted to say that's probably a good start to a complicated problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are not requesting any boroughs in the Havasu area.
Supervisor Moss, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I get occasional phone calls on the borough issues, some of them calling me the Antichrist. Others...
Boroughs are calling you?
Not the boroughs, not yet. And others calling to show me or complain that motorists are feeding the boroughs along the roadways. And I recently received some photos, and I posted them up on Facebook. It didn't look like it made the backup, where, yeah, there's a couple cars stopped along the roadways, Highway 68, feeding 3 or 4 boroughs right along the roadway. I mean, they pulled over, and they started reaching out, and I don't know if it was borough food or Big Macs. I don't know what they were being fed, but it's a problem. And I do see boroughs on the Bullhead Parkway frequently. And it's not just 1 or 2, there's many that are out there. And it's bad enough that they're going to migrate as their population expands, and their range and territory by necessity has to expand to accommodate the increased population, and so they will move into habited areas and into roadways. It's bad enough that that's occurring without us artificially attracting them by offering them food along the roadways. When I was a young man going to high school in Pennsylvania, we had a name for hunters who would bait the forest with carrots and corn and whatnot for deer. We called them lousy hunters. And they're essentially doing the same thing, because whether people may think that they're helping the boroughs or feeding the boroughs, but what you're actually teaching the borough is that if I go towards where the traffic is at, they'll give me food. And boroughs are not dumb. They learn. I'm even halfway convinced they communicate with each other to some small degree. And so what you're saying to the boroughs is, please come to the Mohave County roadways, whether it's Highway 68 or elsewhere, the Bullhead Parkway, because if you do, you could get a snack, which means we're going to, not only are boroughs going to be killed, but more property damage is going to be done, and eventually someone's going to be seriously injured or worse. And this is a small thing that we can do, because we're not targeting the boroughs. We're targeting people who are doing things with the boroughs. And whether it's signage, whether it's a county ordinance, and I purposely favor a county ordinance plus signage to say you cannot feed the boroughs in Mohave County, Arizona along a public roadway. and we'll give you a ticket if you do, and then put up signs saying that so people know whether it's that or one of those two things, something has to be done because we can't artificially create their numbers along the road. And that's why we have item 61 on the agenda now.
Okay. Any further discussion? I'll entertain a motion then.
Well, I'll go with what I just mentioned, is I move that we approve contemplation of restrictions on feeding burros along public roadways in Mohave County, Arizona, and that we designate or we refer to our county attorney's department for purposes of putting together an ordinance on this. And when it comes back to us, so we're not only considering ordinances, but also potential signage to prevent that from occurring.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous approval. Going on to item number 62, discussion possible action in compliance with Arizona Court of Appeals Division 1 minute order setting the August 10th, 2016 in-person settlement conference with Mohave County and Arizona Department of Water Resources. Now to approve the county administrator, Mike Hendricks, to have the authority to negotiate and settle the case on any agreed upon terms at the conference, agreed upon settlement to be brought back to the board of ratification under the county administrator's report.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0 passing. Item number 63, and the final item of the day, discussion.
Second motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved unanimously.
Took you that long to make that motion, huh?
Stayed the whole time.
A motion to adjourn.
We should give these folks an Iron Man plaque.
Adjourn.